Hey there, fellow night owls and cosmic explorers. Welcome back to another episode of Dreamland Encounters. If you're new here, this is the place where we explore incredible stories of unexplained encounters beyond our earthly realm. Before we get started, I want to hear from you. Where are you joining me from tonight? Drop a quick comment and let me know. Make yourself comfortable, settle into your favorite spot, and get ready to unwind. Franklin, Illinois isn't known for excitement, just open farmland, grain silos, and quiet gravel roads. That night was like any other, except it wasn't. Around midnight, unable to sleep, I wandered out to the soybean fields with my phone drawn by the crystal clear stars. The lights appeared at the far end of the field. 3 pale white orbs, completely motionless, hanging about 30 feet above the ground. No sound, no blinking, just suspended in silence. I started filming, zooming in to capture every detail. Something strange happened next. The lights began moving in perfect synchronization. Slow, smooth, almost deliberate. They drifted together, then paused, not just moving but rotating as a single unit like some coordinated dance. Then they glided sideways, silent as a whisper. The world seemed to stop breathing. 2 minutes of footage, no commentary from me, just pure observation. Eventually, the lights retreated, dissolving into the tree line. Back home, phone service restored, I clipped the most interesting 30 seconds and posted to TikTok. The caption was simple: anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now? I didn't expect much. Maybe a few local views, but by morning, everything had changed. Tens of thousands of views. Comments flooding in from across the country: Indiana, Missouri, even Oregon. Some believed, some called it fake. I was just trying to understand what I'd witnessed. Then came the knock, 8:30 in the morning. 2 sharp raps. Through the peephole, 2 identical figures stood. Black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties. Something was about to happen. 2 men stood at my door, identical in every way. Sleek black sunglasses, short hair slicked back, matching builds that could have been cloned. I cracked the door open, keeping the screen between us. The left one smiled first, a wide, lipless crescent that spread across his face. A heartbeat later, the right one mirrored the expression. Something about it felt choreographed. Mr. Porter? The voice was flat, devoid of emotion, like a speaker with its bass removed. Yeah, I responded. What's this about? He tilted his head, that unnerving smile never wavering. Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately. My mouth hung open, words caught between thought and speech. The question didn't compute. I guess, I mumbled. Why? No reason, the other replied, his voice a perfect carbon copy. You've just had a busy night. A tightness gripped my chest. Not quite panic, but that electric tension you feel when a police car trails behind you, even knowing you've done nothing wrong. Who are you with? Silence was their only response. We appreciate your cooperation, they said in unison, then turned and walked away. Their movements were identical. Same stride, same posture. I watched them approach a black sedan with standard Illinois plates, climb in simultaneously and drive off after a brief pause. They never mentioned the video. No talk of TikTok, no specific questions. Just vague references to a busy night and feeling safe. Back inside, I locked the door and rushed to my desktop. The video was gone, completely vanished. No flags, no takedown notice, just nothing. I always back up my files, so I wasn't worried. But when I tried accessing the external drive, it was dead. No response, not even a flicker in the BIOS. The garage PC yielded the same result. Clicks, a spin, then silence. My cloud sync empty. Something had wiped everything, clean and precise, without a trace. I couldn't upload the file because my internet was too slow. The only copy was local. Suddenly, I noticed how unnaturally quiet the house had become. No background noise, no pets, no kids, just dead silence for what felt like a full minute. A car door sound broke the stillness. I checked the front window, but the street was completely empty. My truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac were the only vehicles in sight. I closed the curtains and sat in the hallway, half expecting something to happen. Nothing did. That eerie feeling of being watched persisted, even inside my own home. Around noon, I tried logging into my TikTok account. The password wouldn't work. I requested a reset link, but nothing arrived. Not in my inbox, not in spam. Tried to log in from another device. The system claimed the account didn't exist. When I attempted to find the video through previous links, on Reddit, Twitter, even UFO forums, Everything was gone. Blank thumbnails, 404 errors. Recovery tools yielded nothing but fragments of old files, family photos from months ago. No trace of any recording from that night existed. It was as if the file had never been saved. Later that afternoon, I went into town to find someone who might have witnessed the lights. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a local hunter. When I asked about strange sky activity from the previous night, his response was curt. "Like what?" he said. I described low-flying lights with no sound. He denied seeing anything, but his quick, clipped response suggested he was hiding something. Other locals offered only shrugs or polite confusion. A woman at the hardware store mentioned hearing dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., attributing it to coyotes. Since then, I haven't filmed anything. My new hard drive works fine, but I compulsively check it daily. I have. Nint logged into TikTok. The mysterious sedan hasn't returned. The night I saw something strange started like any other Sunday. I was driving home from my cousin's place near Platte, South Nebraska, in my parents' silver Camry, a car with one working speaker and a cracked windshield. The road stretched endlessly between cornfields, empty and dark except for the occasional mailbox. With the window cracked and music low, the sky felt impossibly vast and clear, packed with stars. I remember swerving slightly to avoid a dead raccoon when something caught my eye. A soft orange glow hovering about 20 feet above the cornfield. It wasn't a tractor or combine like I first thought. This was different. The sphere was perfectly round, glowing from within like a flickering flame without smoke. No sound, no movement, just hanging there, waiting. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. You know that moment when your brain struggles to determine if something is real? That was me, right then. I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only black. No matter how I adjusted the settings, the glow wouldn't register. When I looked up again, it was gone, completely vanished, as if it had never existed. Only my headlights illuminated the road ahead. I drove home, constantly glancing at the fields. I didn't tell my parents. How could I explain seeing a floating fireball? I showered and went to bed, and the next day proceeded normally. School was typical boring chemistry, the usual routine. Something has changed since that night. I don't take walks anymore, especially not near the tree line. Sometimes, especially after dark, I get this sense that something's out there, just waiting. I slowed down when I saw the car parked across the street from the front entrance, black and long, like an old town car from a movie, with windows so dark you couldn't see inside. The engine was running, but nobody was moving. I'd taken the long way around to avoid some kids I didn't want to talk to, and now something felt off. Not dangerous, just watched. As I crossed the grass toward the crosswalk, the passenger window rolled down. The man inside was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Paper pale skin, short light hair, almost white or silver, cut military style, a black suit, white shirt, no tie, black sunglasses covered his eyes, even on a cloudy day. His smile wasn't right. It didn't reach his eyes at all, which stayed hidden behind those dark lenses. In a voice so flat it sounded rehearsed, he said, "It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see." I froze. My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about last night, not even my cousin. My phone sat silent in my pocket. Then he rolled up the window, and the car glided away, turning smoothly around the corner and disappearing behind the trees by the senior lot. That night I locked my bedroom door and kept my phone plugged in next to me, flashlight app ready. Sleep didn't come easy. The car was absent on Tuesday and Wednesday, but strange things started happening. Small, weird incidents that seemed disconnected. My phone would randomly freeze, then restart. My school ID badge stopped scanning, then worked again the next day. One afternoon, Spotify reset completely. All my playlists vanished. History wiped clean. I only noticed when I tried playing music in the car and had to log back in. By Friday, things got stranger. I found my algebra binder on my desk after lunch, and everything inside was flipped upside down. The papers were still in order, just inverted. I asked my friends if they'd been messing with me, but they looked confused. It was supposed to be just another weekend thing. Tyler and I ran a small side project documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. We weren't experts, just two guys with day jobs in Albany who would drive out to investigate spots people emailed us about, take photos, shoot some B-roll and upload it to our YouTube channel. This particular trip was to a patch of woods near Midburg. A guy named Len, probably in his 60s, had reported something strange. He was quiet and serious, describing how he saw 3 white lights drop below the treetops around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No noise, no wind, no wind. The next day he hiked out and found a big, perfectly round ring in the moss, about 20 feet wide. He'd sent us photos and the ground looked unusual. Later, things got weird. I stopped walking alone and stuck to crowds. The bus became my preferred method of travel. A guy in a suit had told me not to think about a fireball, something I never shared with anyone. The strangest moment came that following Monday during a fire drill. We were standing on the soccer field when I spotted someone at the far end of the track, near the visitor bleachers. Same suit, same hair, same posture as before. When I blinked, he vanished. I asked Kayla if she saw him, but she just looked confused and said, "What guy?" That night, I searched online for floating light cornfield, Nebraska, but found nothing convincing. Just drones, weather balloons, fireworks. The next weekend, I returned to that stretch of road during the day. The corn was still tall. I pulled over, walked a few feet in. Nothing. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment. Just dry ground and rows of stalks. I've never seen the car again. Not around town, not anywhere. But sometimes at night there's this pressure behind my eyes, like someone's staring through the walls. Now I keep my blinds closed, even during the day. When I drive past that field, I try not to look. We drove up to the site Saturday afternoon, parking on a dirt shoulder before want, hiking in with cameras and Tyler's cheap EMF meter. The clearing took about 40 minutes to reach. The ring was still visible, though not as sharp as in previous photos. Something had clearly disturbed the area. The ground looked compacted, and the moss around the edge had changed color. We spent a couple hours documenting everything. Drone footage, soil samples. We covered our bases. At one point, Tyler mentioned feeling a vibration through his boots. Though I didn't sense anything, the woods were unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of trees. As dusk approached, we packed up and headed back to the car, stopping for burgers and joking about Len possibly scaring himself with a kiddie pool. Back at our apartment just after 10 o'clock, something immediately felt wrong. The door handle wasn't fully latched and nudged open when I pushed it. Tyler always double-checks locks, so we entered cautiously, half expecting a break-in. Nothing seemed missing. Laptops, TV, drawers all untouched, but every mirror in the apartment had been flipped. The bathroom mirror faced the wall. My bedroom's full-length mirror was turned around. Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet, unbroken. We checked the windows, all still locked from the inside. We didn't call the police, maybe because nothing was stolen, no forced entry, just those mirrors. That night was tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with lights blazing. I lay in bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt watched. Something just outside my peripheral vision. Completely silent. No movement. Around 3 a.m., I got up for water and found Tyler already standing by the window, peering through the blinds. "There's someone down there," he said, not turning around. I stepped closer and looked where Tyler was pointing. Under the sodium street lamp across the street stood a man who seemed completely out of place. No coat, no umbrella. Despite the light drizzle, his pale skin and lack of a hat made him stand out, arms hanging perfectly straight at his sides. He stared up at our window without moving or pacing. I asked Tyler how long the man had been there. He'd first noticed him about half an hour ago. We watched for another 10 minutes, his gaze never wavering. I tried to take a photo on my phone, but when I checked, the frame showed only an empty street, no trace of the man. Tyler wanted to go down and confront him, but I suggested we wait. Sometime after 4, the man walked away, not toward a car or building, just turning and disappearing around the corner with no urgency in his step. The next day, we both called out of work. I double-checked the locks. Nothing was broken. We discussed our options: report it, ignore it, maybe move. Neither of us truly believed we were in danger, but we couldn't explain what was happening. That afternoon, we attempted to review the channel footage from the woods. The drone clips and soil sample files were present, but Tyler's handheld recordings had vanished. Not corrupted or mislabeled, simply gone. We checked both SD cards with the same result. The files disappeared around the timestamp of the strange quiet in the clearing. Just before bed, I glanced out the window. The street was empty, but one street lamp directly across from our building flickered erratically, on, off, on again, as if someone was playing with its power. I watched for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning, we said nothing. We made coffee and went about our day normally. But this wasn't the last time I'd encountered the mysterious figure. Weeks later, I was out on the ridge just after midnight, pursuing my passion for astrophotography. It was a clear, dry, and cold late October night, the kind where stars shine with extraordinary brilliance. I'd driven up alone to a familiar spot, seeking solitude and a connection to something larger than myself. I was out scouting locations in northern Vermont, just a 20-minute drive from my place. The spot I found was perfect. A small dirt path leading to a clearing on the ridge, with no streetlights for miles and a sky that seemed to invite photography. I set up my old Canon A1, a film camera I love for how it makes you slow down and be patient. I'd found some expired Kodak Equichrome at a thrift store and was eager to use it. With my tripod in place, I adjusted the settings, 30-second exposures, ISO 600, and started shooting. My goal was to capture star trails circling Polaris, facing east. Everything seemed normal during the shoot. After about an hour, I packed up and headed home. The next morning, I went to the campus photography department's dark room to develop the film. It's a cramped basement space with concrete walls, flickering fluorescent lights, and the familiar smell of developing chemicals. I find it oddly comforting. As I pulled out the first film strips and hung them to dry, the star trails looked great, but then something caught my eye on one roll. Sharp, geometric streaks cut across the sky, not random lines, but deliberate patterns of light, triangles, diamonds, even what looked like a hexagon, glowing faintly white. I checked the negatives again, thinking it might be a scratch or processing error. When I blew up the frames in the enlarger, the shapes became even more bizarre. While the stars blurred from the long exposure, these shapes remained sharp and rigid. I showed the prints to Claire, a fellow photography student. She suggested it might be light graffiti or a film glitch. I agreed, but something about those shapes kept nagging at me. I tried returning to the ridge the next night, but cloudy skies netted another shoot. A few days later, I went back to the dark room to make more prints. The room was empty, and those strange geometric shapes were still etched in my mind. Carver, the janitor, gave me a strange look when I said hi. Something seemed off. At my locker, I discovered the geometric streak prints were completely gone, not just a couple, but the entire set. When I asked him about it, he hesitated before explaining. A few nights earlier, men in black suits had come by after hours. They asked weird questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things that weren't meant to be seen. Their main concern was whether anyone had been taking sky photographs. They seemed worried about too much light and things that should remain hidden. Over the next weeks, unsettling events started happening. My phone battery drained quickly, and I'd catch fleeting movements outside my window that disappeared when I looked. While driving home late one night, my headlights briefly dimmed. I stopped visiting the ridge and kept quiet about everything. Then came the cryptic email from an unknown address. "You've seen too much light lately." That night I thought I saw a shadow outside my apartment that vanished when I tried to focus on it. I tried convincing myself it was just a streetlight playing tricks. Eventually I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location, though I never saw those men in black suits again. A persistent unease remained. Something about those encounters felt deeply wrong, like I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to know. I'd been scouring public satellite data for weeks, always on the hunt for something unusual. UFOs, secret military sites, restricted areas, these were the things that fascinated me. Local UFOs, secret military sites, restricted areas, these were the things that fascinated me. I'm not a professional, just someone deeply curious about the unexplained. One afternoon, I discovered something intriguing. SATE, light images revealed a section of land in southern Utah, right near a military testing zone boundary. Every map marked this area as off-limits, but the photos showed something extraordinary. Perfectly symmetrical, geometric shapes carved into the desert floor. These indentations looked deliberate, yet no one seemed to have noticed or mentioned them anywhere. I meticulously downloaded and enhanced the images, then posted a detailed thread on a small online forum. I included precise coordinates, zoomed-in views, and overlays that highlighted the mysterious shapes. My goal was simple: get other people to see what I'd found and share their thoughts. That night, as I lay in bed, my mind raced. Those shapes seemed purposeful. Who had access to this land? Why was it completely restricted? I felt like I'd uncovered something someone wanted to keep hidden. Around midnight, an unexpected knock disrupted the silence. Living alone on the town's edge, late-night visitors were unheard of. At first, I dismissed it as a prank or a drunk neighbor, but the knocking continued. Slow, deliberate, rhythmic. Peering through the peephole revealed nothing. When I cautiously cracked the door open, a man in a dark suit stood before me, The kind you'd see in old movies about government agents. No smile, no greeting, just a chilling question. "What do you think you saw?" His voice was quiet yet commanding, as if expecting an immediate response. "Excuse me," I stammered. He repeated the question, this time more like a warning than a query. Quickly, I shut and locked the door, my heart pounding. I tried to calm myself, wondering if he was law enforcement or something else entirely. Something felt off, like someone was watching, waiting. Those shapes on my film, those mysterious men, I never understood what they meant. In the end, I stopped photographing the night sky. It just didn't feel right anymore. I worked as a night security guard at the Mount Kelsey Observatory for almost 3 years. It's this remote facility about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, up on a ridge surrounded by pine trees. Pretty much the only agency I had felt strange. One night, the knocking started. Sharp, deliberate sounds against my door every 3 minutes like a metronome. I tried calling a friend, but my phone had no signal. Weird, since I usually get decent reception here. I checked the locks and windows, ensuring everything was secure. Sitting near the door, I listened. The knocking never stopped. Looking through the peephole revealed an empty hallway. No one was there. The sound seemed to come from nowhere, yet echoed faintly down the hall. I considered calling the police, but hesitated. What would I say? There's someone knocking, but no one's there? Hours passed. I didn't sleep. Just watched the door, waiting for those rhythmic knocks. The experience was exhausting and terrifying, like being watched in an unnatural way. The air near the door grew colder, despite my heater running. A quiet, steady buzzing underlay everything. When the first sunlight crept through my window, the knocking abruptly stopped. The hallway fell silent. I didn't open the door until mid-morning. When I finally did, nothing remained. No footprints, no notes, nothing. Later that day, I discovered something else disturbing. The online thread I'd posted about satellite images had vanished, deleted without explanation or warning. It felt like something I wasn't supposed to see, or someone who didn't want me to know. I'm still here, and those mysterious shapes on the ground remain on the satellite maps that somehow escaped deletion. But I won't touch those images anymore. And if I hear knocking at my door again, I'm not opening it. The observatory was located in a remote area, with no thing but open landscape building for miles. It was the perfect spot for their telescopes. My night shifts ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most evenings were quiet. I'd patrol the grounds, check the perimeter. That night in mid-October was clear and cold. A thin moon barely illuminated the darkness around the facility. Around midnight, something caught my attention. Over the east ridge, 2 bright spheres hovered silently. These weren't like typical aircraft lights. They were steady, intense, with a pale blue-white glow. I initially thought someone might be playing around with spotlights, but these spheres were different. They remained motionless, positioned about 50 feet apart just above the tree line. Grabbing my flashlight and binoculars, I watched carefully. For nearly 5 minutes, they hung perfectly still without making a sound. I radioed the control room to report the unusual sight. They instructed me to observe but not approach. As I watched, the spheres began to rise slowly, straight upward. They moved faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever seen. Within seconds, they vanished into the sky. The rest of my shift was spent checking cameras and walking the grounds, searching for any explanation. I found nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of disturbance near the ridge. When I wrote my report, I tried to sound matter-of-fact, simply describing the 2 bright lights that hovered, and then disappeared. The next morning changed everything. My manager, Jeff, was waiting for me, looking tense and guarded. Something was clearly wrong. Before I could ask any questions, 2 men walked into the office. Their arrival would prove to be the start of something much bigger. The day had started like any other, but everything changed when the agents arrived. They wore black suits, sharp and clean, carrying tea, themselves with a cold, calm authority. Jeff introduced them as Homeland Security agents, but they didn't offer names or details. Their badges had only numbers 0473 and 8921. Their eyes were what struck me most, unblinking, staring straight ahead, almost inhuman. I answered their questions methodically, repeating the details from my earlier report. The spheres, their movement, the eerie silence, I described everything exactly as I'd seen it. They listened intently, exchanging occasional glances, never taking notes. Jeff stayed nearby but remained quiet. After about 20 minutes, they left abruptly, offering no explanation or further instructions. Just before exiting, I caught a whispered fragment about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena. something felt off. The rest of the day seemed strange. Cameras showed intermittent static, and Jeff avoided my gaze as if he was hiding something. That night, while walking the observatory's perimeter, I saw them again. The two spheres hovered in the exact same spot, silent and still. A low electrical hum filled the air. The forest around me felt unnaturally quiet. No wind, no wildlife sounds, as if everything had stopped breathing. When I looked at the spheres, something unusual happened. One seemed to flicker, almost like a digital glitch. My stomach tightened. Slowly, they began moving toward the main telescope dome. I tried to radio the control room, but my voice came out distorted, overwhelmed by static. For 10 minutes, the lights hovered above the dome, then vanished without a trace. The weird feeling lingered, unexplained and unsettling. But some memories refused to fade. The silent spheres hovering in the forest stillness. I kept working the night shifts, always alert. Every time the wind died down and the sky went completely quiet, the familiar unease would creep back. Would the spheres return? I don't have clear answers, just a collection of inexplicable moments that keep me glancing over my shoulder. I'm not typically drawn to spooky tales or conspiracy theories, but what happened to me that October night near Fallon, Nevada, defies explanation. I'm Jake, an urban explorer with a passion for abandoned sites rich in history. Not the thrill-seeking type who breaks in recklessly, but someone genuinely curious about forgotten places. This particular mission involved a decommissioned missile silo a few miles outside Fallon, nestled in scrubland. The site was fenced off, though not completely secure. A large concrete opening revealed where the missile would have been stored, leading deep underground. Late afternoon sunlight cast an orange glow, and a dry, chilly wind whispered across the landscape. I parked my truck on a distant dirt road and approached on foot. Silence enveloped me, punctuated only by the crunch of my boots on gravel. Concrete walls bore cracks and faded graffiti. Leaning over the edge, I peered into a dark shaft that seemed bottomless. My phone's flashlight offered minimal illumination. At work, security cameras occasionally captured something moving just beyond the frame. Too swift for a person, too indistinct for an animal. Strange details emerged. Faint footprints leading nowhere. Small, scorched grass patches near equipment sheds. I mentioned these to Jeff, who dismissed them as animal activity or random disturbances. After that night, the strange spheres stopped appearing. The agents never returned. Jeff remained silent, but an underlying sense of being watched persisted. I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes. That unsettling stillness. Sleep became elusive in the days that followed. Yet, gradually, assembly itself, nothing of normalcy returned. But some experiences leave an indelible mark. A persistent reminder that not everything can be easily explained. The wind picked up, darkening the sky as I looked around. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of anyone else. The air felt stale and cool, like a place sealed away for years. I prepared a rope harness, planning to lower myself into the shaft to get a better look. Something flickered in the shadows, a faint glow, almost like a phone or lantern light. I hesitated, then dismissed it as a trick of light or a sun reflection. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Rigged up, I descended about 20 feet. The walls were damp, the smell musty, old metal and earth mixing together. The earlier glow had vanished, but my flashlight caught something else. A series of irregular pulsating blue and white lights along the shaft's far side. I called out, but my voice bounced weirdly off the concrete, met with silence. My heart raced as I climbed back up, though I couldn't explain why. When I reached my truck, I noticed my phone signal was gone. Not unusual in remote areas, but the radio was dead too. No static, just complete silence, Driving back toward town, headlights cutting through darkness, the only illumination came from stars and a distant glow from Fallon. The gauges went strange for a moment, and the radio burst to life, not with music, but a low electrical hum that faded almost instantly. Home at last, my apartment looked normal, clothes scattered, books stacked, everything in its typical messy order. In my mailbox sat a single photograph. No envelope, just a note, scrawled on the back in messy handwriting. We're not buried that deep. The night was thick with anticipation. My name's Lisa Moreno, and I was standing on the dock just after midnight, camera in H. And the lake lay flat and silent, swallowing every sound. Thick clouds obscured the moon, and the air felt heavy with the promise of rain. I'd been seeing strange lights over the past few nights, and tonight I was determined to capture them. A week earlier, something bizarre had happened that still sent chills down my spine. I'd found a grainy black and white photo on my doorstep, taken from above, showing the silo at night. In the picture, my own silhouette stood at the edge of the silo's opening, hands resting on the concrete rim looking down. I couldn't explain how someone had taken this photo. My apartment was locked tight, with only me and the landlord having keys. I'd returned to the silo during the day, both alone and with friends, but found nothing unusual. No footprints, no sounds, no evidence of anyone else being there. Then came the night I was driving by the silo at dusk. My truck's radio suddenly died, and that familiar low, steady hum returned. I stepped outside into an eerie silence. Even the cicadas had gone quiet. Just beyond the tree line, I saw it again, a faint, flickering light hovering between blue and white. It wasn't a helicopter or plane. No wings, no sound. I wanted to call out, but the words caught in my throat. After a few minutes, the light dimmed and vanished as if it had never existed. Since then, strange occurrences have become almost routine. My porch lights flicker mysteriously at night. My phone glitches constantly. Unexplained photos appear in my gallery, just static and indecipherable shapes. That original photo still haunts me, leaving me with more questions than answers. I'm not sure if I want to know the truth, but I can't stop looking. Out here on the outskirts of Ashford, Washington, my small cabin sits right on the edge of wilderness. I've always been drawn to recording unusual things. Maybe it's a hobby, maybe an besan. Strange occurrences fascinate me. Last week, something caught my attention near the lake. While messing around with my phone's camera, I noticed these faint lights flickering over the water. They moved in patterns that defied explanation. Not planes, not bats, not fireflies. These were small orbs hovering and zipping in ways that simply didn't make sense. I captured video that night. The lights pulsed in a loose circle above the lake, darting up and down with an almost deliberate motion. No sound, pure silence. When I showed the clips to Jamie over coffee the next morning, he suggested it might be a drone, but something felt different. The movements weren't mechanical, and drones don't typically hide in fog. I kept returning to the lake, hoping to understand what I was seeing. Then things started getting weird. First, a subtle power flicker in my cabin. One night while editing video, the lights dimmed and went out completely for about 10 seconds. Only my cabin was affected. When power returned, my laptop had frozen inexplicably. My phone began acting strange too. GPS would shut off randomly, and the compass would spin erratically, especially near the lake. The night before everything changed, I decided to sleep early and skip my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I'd actually locked the porch door that night, unusual for me, since it rarely sees visitors. The sound wasn't a knock, but a soft, dragging shuffle across the wooden porch. Heart pounding, I approached the peephole. A man was there. I worked the night shift at a gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. It was nothing fancy, just a small place on the edge of town. One night, a man appeared on my porch, dressed entirely in black. Jacket, pants, boots, no hat or gloves. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could tell he was staring directly at the door. I didn't open it. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor. A photo. I cracked the door open and picked it up. It was faded, yellowed at the edges, like it had been tucked away in a wallet for years. When I looked up, the man was gone. No footsteps, no sign he'd walked away. The photo was of me, not a recent picture, but one from my childhood. I was maybe 6 or 7, standing in a park, smiling and wearing the blue jacket my mom bought me that winter. I turned the photo over, nothing written on the back. That night, I couldn't sleep. The next day, I showed it to Jamie. He examined it closely and asked where I got it. After I explained what happened, he frowned. "That's unsettling," he said. "We agreed to keep it between us." Over the next few days, I kept watching for the man, but he never returned. Strange things started happening, though. Unknown numbers would call my phone, never leaving messages. The lake lights continued to flicker, and I felt watched, even inside the cabin. One evening, a soft tapping came from the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside. I couldn't connect the man to the lights or the weird glitches. I didn't know why he had the photo or what he wanted to tell me. But something changed after that night. I began noticing things I'd overlooked before. How the fog rolls in too quickly. How power sometimes blinks in half a house. Those quiet moments when the world feels paused, holding its breath. At night, looking over the lake, I sometimes see shapes moving just beyond the trees. The photo sits on my desk next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. I work the night shift at a convenience store on a lonely highway that cuts through dense islands of Indianapolis forest. Most folks who stop here are just passing through, grabbing coffee, snacks, or filling up their tanks before long stretches of road. I'm Tyler, and I've never been one to believe in strange stories or supernatural stuff, at least not until that Tuesday night in early October. The weather had been dreary all day. Grey clouds hung low, with occasional light drizzle giving way to a bone-chilling night. The kind of cold that seeps through your jacket, making you regret not grabbing a warmer layer. Wind whispered through the trees, creating an eerie emptiness that set me on edge. About 3 hours into my shift, I was mindlessly scrolling on my phone when the door's bell rang. 2 men entered, and I mean exactly alike. Same height, same dark hair slicked back, wearing identical black suits that looked custom-tailored from another era. They didn't look around, no eye contact, just standing perfectly still at the counter like twin statues. "I'll take a pack of Marlboro," one said in a flat, emotionless tone. "2 black coffees," added the other. I rang up their purchase and they paid with crisp $100 billion ills, leaving no room for conversation. Something felt off immediately. A strange smell surrounded them. Not quite smoke, not quite ozone, but reminiscent of the air before a thunderstorm. Metallic and intense, it was unnatural yet not entirely unpleasant. The scent seemed to seep into every corner of the store. Just before leaving, the first man leaned close and whispered something that sent a chill down my spine. "The sky is safer when it's empty." Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. He simply nodded and walked out with his companion, leaving behind that inexplicable cold smell that lingered long after they'd gone. The heat had blasted hot air. As I tried to shake off the strange encounter, those 2 men had left something behind, a feeling that hung in the air like thick smoke. Normal seemed impossible now. Nights started getting weird. The sky turned pitch black, completely different from the rainy forecast. Street lamps cast odd shadows that didn't match anything around them. Sometimes I'd catch a dark shape moving between pine trees, vanishing the moment I looked directly at it. The security cameras began acting strange too. One night, the black cars usually parked in the corner simply disappeared. 33 seconds of static, and then they were back as if nothing happened. When I mentioned it to the manager, he just told me to reset the system and forget about it. Soft sounds started haunting me. A low humming like a distant machine. I'd step outside to investigate, but nothing moved. No headlights, no people. Just silence. Then came the pale light. One night, I saw it gliding smoothly above the treetops, round and faint, nothing like a plane or helicopter. It vanished behind clouds, leaving the sky darker than before. My co-workers laughed when I described it, claiming it was just fog or airplane lights. But the night was crystal clear. A week after those men's visit, everything felt different. The store seemed to be waiting, holding its breath. When the bell jingled that night, my heart raced, but it was just a woman grabbing a soda. Something had changed, though, something fundamental. The smell lingered. The atmosphere had shifted, and I knew something was different, even if I couldn't explain exactly what. It was close to 4 a.m., with a strong wind rattling the building's siding. Almost done with my shift, I was wiping down the counters and thinking about getting home. The door jingled, and 2 men walked in. Same black suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. They approached the counter silently, bringing back that thick LD smell. The first man spoke right away. "The sky is safer when it's empty," he said quietly, almost like a warning. My throat went dry. I wanted to ask what he meant, but could only nod, feeling trapped in a strange dream. They handed me a plain envelope with no markings. "Keep it safe," the second man said before they left without another word. After they were gone, I stared at the door. The cold smell lingered. When I finally opened the envelope, I found just a few photos. Blurry shots of the night sky with strange lights and long shadows stretching over the trees near the gas station. I still don't understand what it all meant. Now, during my shifts, I keep watching the sky, waiting. I don't expect those men to return, but sometimes when the wind picks up and the night goes quiet, I feel like something is watching from the treetops. I keep working nights at this gas station. That cold smell comes back occasionally, usually right before the sky seems to darken more than it should. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. The night was quiet as I drove my usual route through the countryside. Suddenly, the sky transformed, not with lightning or fireworks, but with strange swirling bands of light. Greens and blues danced across the darkness, pulsing with an almost rhythmic quality. This wasn't like any northern lights or storm I'd seen before. I pulled over, the cold air sharp against my skin. Fog curled around my boots as I stepped out of the car. The sky above me was alive, moving with an almost hypnotic energy. Electricity seemed to hang in the air, yet everything was eerily silent except for a soft rustle of trees. When I tried to capture the moment on my phone, something was off. The screen flickered, and the camera refused to focus properly. As quickly as it appeared, the light began to fade, melting away like smoke. Soon, only faint stars remained, barely visible through the fog. I got back in the car and continued driving, wondering if I should tell my brother. He'd probably dismiss it as a drone show or airplane lights. I didn't want to sound crazy. 20 minutes later, pulling into my driveway, something immediately caught my attention. My windshield had a message scratched across the driver's side. At first I thought it was just a smear or dirt, but when I wiped it with my sleeve, the words became clear. Look up less. I rubbed my eyes, double-checking. The etching looked fresh, as if someone had just used a key or sharp object to carve it minutes ago. Then I noticed the black sedan parked down the street, about 50 yards away. No markings, no headlights, but the engine was running softly in the night. No one was inside. I stood on my porch, watching. Was this a prank? The car remained motionless, its engine idling like it was waiting. Unnerved, I went inside and locked the door. The next morning, I shared the story with my neighbors. The weird light, the mysterious message, the strange car, but no one had any answers. The past few weeks had been increasingly unsettling. Strange occurrences were becoming more frequent, and no one seemed to have answers. A black car kept appearing and disappearing mysteriously around my neighborhood, always with its engine running but never showing any occupants. Sometimes it would vanish momentarily, only to reappear a block away. At night, odd sounds began to emerge. A low humming, like a distant transformer, would drift from the woods behind my house. Then came the night. Everything changed. Around 3 a.m., a brilliant white light suddenly flooded my bedroom, transforming the space into midday brightness. Dressed and cautious, I went out to investigate. Thick fog hung low around the trees, and an eerie silence blanketed the street. Where the car had been, there was no trace. The next morning, a chilling message appeared on the old maple tree in my front yard. Stop watching. I kept this discovery to myself. The handwriting looked identical to the previous message on my windshield, jagged yet deliberate. Seeking answers, I spoke with neighbors who reported similar strange experiences. Some mentioned unusual lights in the sky, while one neighbor noted his dog had been barking inexplicably for hours. A sense of being watched began to consume me. It wasn't a physical presence, but something more ethereal. Shadows and street lamps that didn't belong to me. A faint glow behind the tree line late at night. I stopped venturing outside after dark. One evening I thought I heard footsteps in the leaves near my back door, but seeing nothing when I checked, I dismissed it as the wind's branches scratching against the window. Communication became difficult. When I tried calling a friend, there was no answer. The next day I discovered something was wrong with my phone, adding another layer to the growing mystery. I was out by myself on the edge of Devil's Ridge, a little spot I'd found a couple of years ago while hiking near Flagstaff, Arizona. The skies were so clear out there, away from all the city lights. It was late September and the air had that dry, crisp feeling. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, it got colder than I expected. I had my camera gear with me, a tripod, a couple of lenses, and my phone. About an hour after sunset, I set everything up just in time for the Milky Way to start showing. The place was silent, with only the occasional whistle of wind through scrub and pine needles. I was focused on capturing the stars, adjusting the aperture and checking my exposure. The SKU was stunning, dark and packed with stars, just as I'd hoped. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something on the ridge across the little valley. A figure was standing there, completely still. My battery was dead, even though I'd charged it fully the night before. The signal was weak, like I was in a dead zone, despite my house usually having full bars. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more disconnected everything felt. Time slipped weirdly, with some hours passing faster than others. I'd glance at the clock and swear it had jumped ahead by 10 or 15 minutes. I thought about calling the police, but didn't want to sound paranoid. A few nights later, I was sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette when a black car rolled slowly down the street. Its headlights were off and the engine was quiet. It stopped in front of my house and just sat there for a long minute. No one got out. I stared back, heart thumping, until the car finally pulled away, disappearing into the fog. After that, the messages stopped and the lights faded from the sky. The black car didn't show up again. I went back to normal routines. But sometimes when I'm driving home late or sitting alone outside, I feel that same quiet watching feeling creep back in. It's subtle, like a soft pressure on the back of my neck. I've checked my windshield and the tree. The scratches have all but faded. I don't know who or what left those messages or why that car kept showing up. I don't know what the lights were or what it meant when they said, "Look up less." But something was there, something I still don't fully understand. The night was pitch black, stars scattered across the sky. On a narrow rock outcrop, a figure stood motionless, dressed entirely in black. It was like a statue, a silhouette against the starry backdrop. I couldn't make out any features, just an unmoving shape. Thinking it MN. Might be another late-night photographer or hiker, I called out softly. "Hey, you okay over there?" No response. I tried again, a bit louder. I reached again, a bit louder. Silence. Not walked away or hidden, but simply disappeared as if someone had flipped a switch. Blinking in disbelief, I saw nothing where the figure had been. Unease crept in, mixed with curiosity. Alone in this remote spot, I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks. Maybe the darkness, the light, or my imagination was responsible. Returning to my camera, I tried to focus on the stars, but my hands trembled. An unfamiliar number with random digits appeared. A distorted, cold voice spoke 3 chilling words. "We're watching." Then silence. My heart raced as the cold air seemed to grow colder. Unsure whether to stay or flee, I convinced myself it was a prank. But that voice didn't sound like a joke. I decided to head home, taking a long route through winding desert roads. The radio crackled with static, and shadows seemed to dance around me. Multiple times I caught glimpses of headlights in the rearview mirror, only to find nothing when I looked directly. Exhausted and on edge, I finally reached home. Checking my phone revealed no missed calls, texts, or unusual activity. The next day, I returned to the ridge with friends. We searched for footprints or any sign of disturbance, but found nothing. The rocks and ground remained undisturbed. That night, from my bedroom window, I spotted a shadow slipping between trees across the street. I tried to rationalize it as a neighbor or stray animal, but deep down, I knew something was different. Working security at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, my overnight shifts are usually routine. Sitting in the small security room around 3 a.m., I was scrolling through perimeter cam raw feeds, bathed in the dim light and monitor glow. A camera pointed at a remote stretch of road caught my eye. At 3:02 a.m., a black sedan from the late 90s or early 2000s pulled up without headlights. They didn't walk normally. They seemed to glide just inches above the ground, moving with an unnatural smoothness. No blinking, no typical head movements. Just a rigid, unsettling stance for 2 full minutes. Something about their shadows felt wrong. I blinked repeatedly, wondering if the camera was malfunctioning. Since that night, I've returned to Devil's Ridge multiple times, searching for answers. The experience haunts me. Sometimes out there, I sense a quiet pressure, like unseen eyes watching. My phone occasionally lights up with unrecognized numbers, but answering reveals only silence. I can't explain what I saw or who those figures were. All I know is that something was definitely paying attention that night, something not quite right, observing from just beyond view. Under the dark, star-filled sky, something was watching. I was hiking alone up in the Cascades somewhere between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. It was late October, and something caught my attention during my night shift at the base. The streetlights should have been behind the 2 men, but their shapes were clear without any shadows on the pavement or nearby rocks. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The walkie-talkie crackled, breaking the silence. Another guard called in, asking if I was witnessing the same strange scene. I described the car and the men, my voice uncertain. Just as quickly as they appeared, the 2 men stepped back toward the car. Their movement was unnatural. Their feet lifted off the ground, glid, lunging back like something out of a bizarre dream. The car started moving forward without headlights, then vanished into the darkness. When I tried to rewind and slow down the video, the feed suddenly cut out. All monitors blinked off for a second before returning with normal daytime footage. The entire 3 a.m. recording had disappeared completely. My supervisor dismissed my concerns, telling me to focus on routine patrols. But something wasn't right. I asked other guards about what happened, but they either hadn't seen anything or weren't talking. For the next few nights, I stayed near that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had occurred. Nothing. No black car, no gliding men. The area remained completely silent, with only the wind and a distant bass hum breaking the stillness. A few days later, driving home on the same stretch of road, I spotted a car parked on the side. No lights. Just sitting there. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but the car was empty. Local residents started sharing their own strange stories. They spoke of weird lights near the base, unexplained noises in the hills, and movements that defied logic. These weren't typical ghost stories. These people looked genuinely troubled. I can't explain what I saw that night. Was it a military test? Something else entirely? The way those men moved? The missing shadows? The vanishing footage? None of it made sense. I still work at the base, watching the cameras. The 3 a.m. feed is now under extra security. And sometimes, when the night is quiet and the wind rises just right, I swear I can feel eyes watching from the dark hills outside. The forest trail was quiet that day, with an early fall chill hanging in the air and the sky heavy with clouds. My name's Claire, and I work in graphic design in Seattle, a city that sometimes feels so overwhelming I need to escape into nature. I set out around noon, planning a 5 or 6 mile hike to clear my head. The trail was mostly empty, just occasional runners and dog walkers passing by. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye near a cluster of ferns, a black briefcase sitting perfectly upright on the dirt. No markings, no logos, just a scratched, matte black surface that looked like it had been dragged across rough ground. I walked closer, curious. The briefcase was locked tight, with no visible keyhole or combination lock. It reminded me of a hard shell case for camera equipment, but completely sealed. I tried jiggling the handle, shaking it a bit, but it didn't move. Thinking someone might have accidentally dropped it, I continued my hike. Something changed after that moment. The forest felt different, heavier somehow. The usual sounds seemed muted, as if someone had turned down the volume on the world. Bird calls and leaf rustling felt distant and strange. When I reached my turnaround point and looked back, the briefcase was gone, completely vanished, with no trace, no footprints, no disturbed ferns, nothing. The weirdness didn't end there. In the days that followed, I kept feeling watched. My phone started acting strange, battery draining quickly, calls breaking up with static, the screen flickering unexpectedly. Something about that briefcase had shifted something, though I couldn't explain what or how. I wasn't supposed to be out there that night. The story seemed too strange to ignore. A crop circle appearing overnight on a farm just outside my hometown of Melrose, Nebraska. The Neverside South, my hometown of Melrose, Nebraska. My usual assignments for the Melrose Gazette involve county fairs and city council meetings, but this felt different. Something pulled me to investigate. Just after dusk, I arrived at the scene. The sky hung heavy with mist rolling in from the Platte River. A recent rain had made the farm's dirt road Selkov ick, with cornfield shadows stretching on both sides. Tall stalks brushed against low clouds, and the air carried a damp scent mixed with something metallic and indescribable. I parked near the field's edge, camera and notepad in hand, having already gotten the go-ahead from my editor. The farmer, Hank, seemed uneasy but allowed me to explore. Days later, another strange encounter would unsettle me. I returned to the trailhead to clear my head, parking and walking down the path when a peculiar man caught my attention. Standing near the parking lot's edge, he wore a pristine black suit and tie. His hair was short, dark and neatly combed. But his eyes were what truly unnerved me, hollow, like empty sockets with nothing behind them. As I started down the trail, he watched silently. When I looked back, I thought he might speak, but he simply turned and walked away. His footsteps quiet on the gravel, something about him seemed connected to a briefcase I'd previously discovered. On subsequent hikes, I carefully searched the area where the briefcase had been, finding no trace. Though I didn't see the man again in person, fleeting glimpses of a figure in a black suit with those same empty eyes would occasionally appear just beyond my peripheral vision. Questions haunted me. What was in that briefcase? Why was it there? Why did it vanish? I had no answers, only a strange sense that something was watching, waiting, or attempting to communicate in a way I couldn't comprehend. I walked carefully through the crops, staying on the path. The corn circle stretched about 50 feet wide, with perfect rings and lines that looked almost too precise, like someone had used a stencil. Every stalk was bent but not broken, and the ground remained wet. This was recent, definitely. The silence struck me first. It was one of those moments where the world just stopped making noise. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were quiet, which felt deeply unnatural. I started taking photos and jotting notes, my breath misting in the cool air. Something strange was happening with my phone. The battery dropped from 70% to 20% in less than 10 minutes. Though I hadn't been using it much, maybe the dampness was interfering. Stepping back, I surveyed the scene. Thick mist swirled in the low light, and tall corn stalks seemed to close in, almost blocking my view beyond the field's edge. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but saw nothing, just the cornfield moving gently in the breeze. Then came the voices. Low, calm male voices speaking just out of earshot. I could almost hear a question being repeated twice. Curious, I started walking toward the sound, trying to locate whoever was speaking. Two men emerged through the fog, wearing black suits, business style, no ties, shoes polished despite the mud. They looked completely out of place in a nighttime cornfield. One of them looked directly at me and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His soft voice cut through the silence sharply. Confused, I asked, "What do you mean?" They didn't respond. The second man just stared, his dark eyes unreadable. As I took a step back, my skin prickling, the mist seemed to thicken between us. Before I could speak again, they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading into the fog like ghosts. I called out, but the mist swallowed my voice. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of the voices, the cryptic question, and their sudden, inexplicable appearance. The mist rolled in thick over Melrose, and I found myself thinking back to that night, the crop circle that had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Standing T. All the corn looked undisturbed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. My photos from that night still haunted me. The mist seemed denser than I remembered, almost like a heavy curtain. I rarely spoke about what occurred that night. The circle, the men, the lingering question that never seemed to find an answer. Sometimes I wondered if it had been just a strange dream or something more real, something I couldn't quite explain. It started with the black sedan. At first, I thought nothing of it. Just another car parked on the street around 11 p.m. on a quiet Tuesday night. Clean, with completely blacked out windows and no license plates, it sat perfectly parallel to the curb. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look, but the driver remained motionless, engine off. My neighbor Tim saw nothing unusual when I asked, but over the next week, the car returned each night at the same time. Never moving, never making a sound. From my living room window, I watched. Certain someone was inside, despite the tinted windows that blocked any view. That stretch of highway was mostly empty at night. I pulled over at a roadside overlook to stretch and get some air. The sky was clear, stars bright, with a slight chill in the air. While scrolling through old photos on my phone, I glanced up and saw something hovering about 50 feet above the highway's center line, a dark shape that didn't belong. The night I saw it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. This object just hung there, smooth and rounded, without any of the typical features you'd expect from an aircraft. No wings, no blinking lights, no sound, just suspended in perfect stillness. As I tried to capture it with my phone, focusing was nearly impossible. The object seemed to absorb light, blurring its edges against the sky. Streetlights below flickered as if struggling with some unseen power. After a few minutes, it drifted silently to the right, disappearing over the trees. I returned to my car, driving home with an uneasy feeling of being watched. Days later, a black sedan started appearing outside my house. Windows tinted, no lights, just sitting there, watching. I tried to rationalize it, thinking maybe someone was surveilling the neighborhood. But why me? I had no enemies, no outstanding debts, no recent conflicts. The only difference was the photos I'd taken. Something compelled me to keep them, though I told no one. Not friends, not family. One night, while stepping outside to smoke, I noticed a shadow moving behind the sedan's tinted windows. The driver slowly turned his head, tracking my movements. I retreated inside, locking doors and checking windows, wondering if paranoia was getting the better of me. Then came the knock. Not a typical knock, but soft and deliberate, as if intentionally minimizing sound while still demanding attention. I opened the door slightly to find a man in a perfectly pressed black suit. No tie. He appeared ordinary, yet something about his demeanor suggested rehearsed precision. No greeting, no smile, just a plain business card with a single line of text. "Forget the pictures." His whispered instruction hung in the air. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No waiting car, no other presence. Just silence and that cryptic message. Late April, I was chasing a storm out in the Oklahoma plains. It was the kind of chase that defines storm chasers like me. For years, I've been doing this work. Mostly freelance, picking up gigs for local news and weather sites. Nothing fancy, just me, my truck, and a camera. That afternoon, the sky was an insane mix of dark gray and green, the kind that makes you feel like the air itself is charged. Northwest of Tulsa, on some empty back roads, I was following a funnel cloud. The wind howled, dust whipping around, and the storm was building fast. I pulled over on a gravel shoulder, set up my camera on the tripod, and started filming the funnel from a safe distance. The cloud was rotating steady, thick at the base, tearing across the flat land. I was focused on the usual stuff, swirling dust, distant lightning, the way clouds shifted and twisted. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught something that didn't fit. A faint shimmer, like a reflection or heat haze, just above the funnel's tip. I adjusted the zoom and got a better look. At first, I thought it was debris caught in the updraft, but this was too smooth, too precise. It looked like some kind of metallic object floating or hovering, catching the fading sunlight in a way that made it gleam. The shape was vague, sort of oval, maybe the size of a small car, but it moved slowly, deliberately. Not spinning, not tumbling, just holding position like it was watching the storm or riding its edge. I kept filming, heart pounding, trying to stay steady. I kept filming, heart pounding, trying to stay steady. The wind was getting worse and rain was starting to spit. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 minutes. Later, someone slipped me a thick, unnaturally smooth card. But the photos stayed on my phone, and sometimes in the dark and quiet, I catch myself glancing out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I don't know if I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that sometimes when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. There's something watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. After capturing the strange metallic shape near the funnel, I quickly packed up and headed back to town, my nerves still buzzing from the encounter. That night, I uploaded the video to my YouTube channel and shared it on some storm-chasing forums. By the next morning, it had exploded online. Tens of thousands of views, with endless speculation. Some people thought it was a drone, while others claimed it was just a light reflection or trick of the eye. Free of the eye. The weird part started about a day later. A call came on my cell from an unknown number. The voice claimed to be an insurance agent, asking about potential wind damage to my brain. At first, I laughed it off as a prank, but the caller's tone was unnervingly clinical, almost like they were reading from a prepared script. They talked about routine checks for cognitive impairments from high-risk weather events. When I asked for more details, the line went silent and then disconnected. Trying to call back, I found the number was already dead. The video vanished completely from my YouTube channel. No explanation, no takedown notice. I tried re-uploading from my backup, but it wouldn't process. Even more bizarre, other forum members who had saved or shared the clip found their files mysteriously corrupted or deleted. Small, unsettling incidents started happening. My phone would beep randomly with no notifications. Looking up, I'd catch fleeting reflections or quick flashes in the clouds. Nothing definitive, just hints of something trying to stay hidden. One night driving home, my radio cut out entirely for 5 full minutes. No static, just complete silence, despite everything else in the car working normally. I kept expecting some official contact about the footage or wanting an interview. Weeks turned into months and nothing came. I still chase storms, but now I'm more cautious. I keep my distance from funnels and anything that seems too unusual or gile. It's too close. The Bitterroot National Forest in Montana was quiet that early October day. Leaves were just starting to turn, and a crisp edge hung in the air. Not cold, but hinting at the winter to come. I'd chosen a less popular trail, hoping for some solitude and maybe a few good photos of the changing landscape. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, distant streams murmured their background music. But halfway through my hike, as I crossed a small ridge and descended into a hollow, something shifted dramatically. The forest went completely silent. Not just quiet, but utterly muted. No bird calls, no wind, no animal movements. Even the stream's distant gurgle had vanished. I stopped walking, stood still, and surveyed my surroundings. I tried to rationalize the silence, maybe a weird wind pocket or a rare moment of absolute stillness, but the silence pressed against me, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Then I saw it. In a clearing ahead, What first looked like a black tarp gradually resolved into something else entirely. A helicopter hovered about 20 feet above the ground, completely motionless except for slowly spinning blades. This wasn't like any rescue or ranger chopper I'd ever seen. Its matte black surface bore no markings, and it emitted a low, almost mechanical humming. Beneath the helicopter, 3 figures stood in a tight, unmoving line. They were dressed in uniform black, but with no discernible details. No faces, no movement. Just dark, statue-like shapes. My brain screamed to keep walking or turn back, but my body remained frozen. Hands slightly shaking, I raised my camera and took a few pictures. The memory of that metallic shimmer above the scene is burned into my mind. I can't explain what I saw that day. I just know it wasn't part of any storm or forest encounter I'd experienced before. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. The strange helicopter, those motionless figures, the missing video. But that shimmer, that moment of absolute silence, it remains vivid and unexplained. I remember that morning like it was yesterday. The forest clearing was quiet, almost too quiet. A helicopter appeared from nowhere, gliding silently over the treetops before vanishing. The mysterious figures standing there moments before disappeared just as quickly. I scanned the area, but there was no trace of anyone. A strange chill ran through me despite the warm air. My drive to work the following week seemed normal at first. About 10 minutes into my 25-minute commute, I noticed a black SUV trailing me. Tinted windows, no visible plates. At first I thought it might be a coincidence. But the vehicle stayed close, matching every turn I made through the back roads. When we reached downtown and stopped at a red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out, his voice low and unnervingly calm. "Forests don't like company," he said. Something about those words sent a chill down my spine. I didn't respond. The light changed, and I drove off, with the SUV maintaining its distance before eventually disappearing. Those words haunted me. Was it a warning? I tried to dismiss it as a random comment, but it lingered in my mind. Over the next few days, I kept watching for the SUV, but it never reappeared. Still, I felt constantly observed. My phone battery drained faster, and I'd catch fleeting movements in my peripheral vision. Shadows that vanished when I looked directly. I might have written it off as stress or fatigue, but the memory of that silent forest clearing remained vivid. The 3 motionless figures seemed like they belonged to another world entirely. I never returned to that part of the forest. I can't explain what happened that day, but sometimes, when the wind is still and the trees stand silent, I feel those dark shapes watching from somewhere out there. My name is Jamie Taus. I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I started this podcast almost 2 years ago as a side project. I've always been drawn to strange stories that most people dismiss as conspiracy or urban legends. I've been chasing local mysteries for years. Nothing wild, just those odd stories that never quite add up. A month back, I released an episode about a forgotten UFO sighting from the 1970s. Walt, a trucker, reported seeing strange lights hovering over a highway near Cherokee and experiencing lost time. Official records were sparse, and most locals treated it like an old campfire tale. After digging through some archived audio interviews, I pieced together the story. The episode unexpectedly went viral, getting more listens than anything I'd previously produced. Then the weird stuff started happening. Voicemails began arriving on my podcast line. Initially, they were just static, the kind you'd expect from a poor connection. But within days, something changed. A deep, distorted voice began repeating, "Turn back the signal," over and over. No context, no additional message. Who would go to such lengths? But the calls kept coming, almost daily. Always at night, always with that same cryptic phrase. Sometimes the static would spike so intensely it would make my phone vibrate violently. I tried blocking the number, but it kept changing. No caller ID, no traceable origin. My friends laughed it off. They figured it was either podcast hype or some internet troll's idea of a joke, but something felt fundamentally wrong. A week after the episode launched, I woke up to find all my recording equipment had vanished. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, and set of headphones gone. I live alone on the town's outskirt, with no one else having easy access. I checked every entry point. No signs of forced entry. It was as if someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. The real shock came when I found a single microphone placed precisely in the center of my welcome mat. An old handheld interview mic, deliberately positioned. When I picked it up, I noticed a word carved into its metal body near the base. Silence. I'm still not sure how I managed to stay calm. I called the police, but they treated it as a routine burglary with little interest. Something was happening, something beyond a simple theft, and I knew my UFO story had stirred up something I didn't understand. The silence in my apartment felt heavier, like something was watching me. I'd been on edge since the weird message and the unexplained mic left on my doorstep. No signs of forced entry, but the voicemails had stopped. Not that it made me feel any better. I shut down the podcast, deleted the episode about Walt, hoping it would end whatever was happening. Deleted the episode about Walt, hoping it would end whatever was happening. But something else started. When I tried recording ambient sounds, the playback would have static and low whispers underneath. Always there, never clear. I wiped my phone and computer, reinstalled everything, but the interference persisted. Last night, around midnight, a soft, deliberate knock came at the door. I opened it anyway and found a small, worn cassette tape sitting on the porch light ledge. No label, no writing. Inside, I played it on my old tape player. Mostly silence, except for a low, rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. Then, after a minute, that same deep voice came through clearer than before. Calm but chilling. Turn back the signal. I switched it off, heart racing. Now I'm writing this, trying to make sense of it all. The gear is Sty L gone. The voice keeps breaking through in bursts of static on my phone. The mic sits silently on my desk, cold to the touch. I don't know what to do next. It was a little after 7 p.m. when I took off from the municipal strip outside Missoula. Weather was good, scattered clouds, no turbulence. I fly a 1974 Piper Cherokee that I co-own with Pete from the flying club. Nothing fancy, just a solid four-seater we keep in a shared hangar. That night I was flying solo, just a loop east toward the Bitterroots and back. Filed the usual VFR flight plan, got my clearance, did all the checks, routine flight, no new tests, no pushing altitude. About 20 minutes in, somewhere over the foothills near Rock Creek, I saw something off the left wing. At first it looked like another aircraft, something metallic, round, maybe 200 feet away. About 500 feet away, a perfectly round object moved alongside my aircraft, parallel but not overtaking me. It didn't resemble any drone I'd encountered, too large and high up, no visible propulsion, no lights, no markings, and completely silent. The silence was eerie, especially in a noisy cockpit. Its movement was unnaturally smooth, which made the lack of sound even more striking. For maybe 15 seconds it kept pace with me, before shooting upward at an angle and vanishing into the clouds, Following protocol, I radioed air traffic control with a calm position report about a possible unidentified aircraft. The controller's response was odd. After a brief pause, they confirmed no traffic in my vicinity and no primary radar hits, unusual even in a low-traffic area. I completed the flight normally, logging my time and filing a standard report about the unauthorized aircraft. Days passed. A week went by, then 2. No follow-up, no communication from anyone. As an experienced pilot with over 30 years in the air, I knew bureaucratic systems could swallow reports, so I didn't pursue it aggressively. Then things got strange. When I checked the online flight log, my report had vanished completely. Not edited, simply gone, as if it never existed. The paper folder in the hangar cabinet was missing too. My colleague Pete confirmed he hadn't touched anything. I called the FAA field office seeking clarification. The representative seemed deliberately obtuse, claiming no report existed. His tone suggested I was mistaken, asking if I was sure I'd even submitted anything. Something in his voice made me hesitate to press further. Weeks later, on a quiet Sunday morning, I arrived at the hangar early. As I unlocked the gate to the tarmac, a black rental car sat parked on the gravel. 2 men in black suits stood beside it, watching. 2 men stood by the hangars, no hats or coats protecting them from the wind. They weren't talking, just standing there motionless. Something felt off about them. Same age, same build, same short haircut, like cousins trying too hard to look alike. When I started to open the hangar door, they walked over. Not quickly, not aggressively, but with a synchronized, deliberate pace that suggested they knew exactly where they were going. One spoke first, his voice flat and mechanical. "Mr. Wilcox," he said. I nodded. Then he continued, "You recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. We're here to follow up." The report had vanished. No one had acknowledged it. "Who are you with?" I asked. The second man smiled, wide but not friendly. "Contractors," he said. "We handle misfiled data." Something in his tone suggested the misfire wasn't accidental. The first man stepped to see. Loser. Have you been feeling unwell since the event? Any dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinations? Auditory hallucinations? I shook my head. No, I'm fine. These experiences can cause residual effects. Pilots often mistake visual artifacts for airborne debris or weather phenomena. I was getting irritated. I know what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon. It wasn't debris. They exchanged a look. The second man glanced at the hangar before speaking. We recommend a short leave from flying. Just a few weeks. Let things settle. I'm not grounded, I said firmly. No one's filed anything. Not yet, he replied. The first man studied me intently. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. Still chasing the sky, huh? Chippy. That nickname. My grandfather's nickname for me. A name not written anywhere. Not on my license. Not on social media, not in any official document. How did they know? They turned and walked back to their car. The wind picked up. Strangely, the gravel didn't crunch under their shoes. They drove away without another word. That night, I went back and checked. 2 winters ago, early February, I was out walking Benny late at night. He's a shepherd mix who needs his evening walk, or he'll pace all night. Our neighborhood in Spokane Valley near Pines and 16 is quiet ranch-style houses, older trees, minimal traffic after dark. We were heading back up our street about 5 houses from home when Benny suddenly stopped and stared straight up. I initially thought he was watching a bird or owl, but when I looked, I saw it too. A massive black triangle, definitely not a plane. I know aircraft, and this was different. The object moved incredibly slowly, defying what something that size should be capable of. 3 faint white lights marked its corners. No engine noise, no wind disturbance. It just glided weightlessly as it passed overhead, maybe 200 feet up. An eerie silence descended. Not just the object, but everything around us went quiet. I couldn't hear my footsteps or Benny's breathing. It felt like someone had turned down the world's volume. Benny didn't bark. He just sat, staring until the triangle disappeared behind the northern trees. I tried to take a photo, but my phone's screen was frozen, only resuming function about 30 seconds after the object vanished. I didn't mention it to anyone the next day, assuming it was perhaps a military craft or an unfamiliar drone. Just one of those weird moments you typically dismiss. 2 days later, things got strange. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, that inexplicable wide-awake feeling. Later, I discovered everything was gone. Emails, notes, cloud backups, every trace of my original report had disappeared. Even my laptop's local copy had been overwritten, leaving just a blank document with the original file name. Pete mentioned seeing the same car parked down the road the following evening, just idling near the tree line. Since then, I haven't flown. Here's the rewritten text. Something strange was happening on my street, and it started with a midnight thermostat check. Through the living room window, I spotted a black sedan across the street, at the Wilkins place. It was an older model with chrome trim sitting quietly with its lights on. Then, it happened. At precisely 3:17 a.m., the headlights flickered, a slow, deliberate fade. Not a sharp flash, but a subtle signal. The car then pulled away smoothly, turning the corner without a sound. I dismissed it as a weird dream at first, but it wasn't a one-time thing. The next night, and the nights after, the same scenario repeated. Always 3:17 a.m. exactly. The car would appear, sometimes near the Wilkins, sometimes closer to the Morgans, but always directly acros. No testimony near the Wilkins, sometimes closer to the Morgans, but always directly acros from my house. I tried filming it, setting up my phone on a tripod and recording from 310, but when I reviewed the footage, nothing, just an empty street. Yet I knew what I'd seen. I'd even waved at the car once, getting no response. I started asking around the neighborhood. No one else had witnessed this. Not the Morgans with their open blinds. Not Mr. Harrington, whose dog barks at the slightest movement. My wife dismissed it completely, suggesting I was watching too many documentaries. So I changed my routine. No more late-night dog walks with Benny. I'd take him out earlier, after dinner, but I kept watching. Night after night the car returned, always at 3:17, always one brief headlight flash, always gone before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency line, reported the suspicious vehicle, gave them the details, time, make, model, the pattern. They said they'd send a patrol. Did they? I never knew. Nothing changed. A week into this, I decided to wait outside on the porch. I stood behind the column, lights off, hidden from the road. 2 summers ago, during the Pasades, I'd driven out to a desolate spot near Lander, Wyoming, County Road 221, with nothing but scrub hills and a lone busted windmill. I knew this area from past field work. A quiet place with zero light pollution. Benny was inside, pacing. He'd been antsy about me being out of sight lately. My plan was simple. Park the truck off the shoulder, spread a blanket in the bed, and watch the meteor shower with coffee and camera. The sky was crystal clear. No clouds, no moon, just endless stars. I arrived around 11, well before peak activity, but solitude has always been my thing. No cell service out here made it even better. The first hours passed uneventfully. I dozed off around 12:30, waking just after 2 a.m. to a sky ablaze. Camera ready, I set UP, my basic tripod, and started capturing long exposures. Just past 3, something caught my eye on the road behind me. At 3:17, a car pulled up across the street. No headlights, just faint running lights. It stopped dead center, engine running. The windows were unnaturally clean and impossibly dark. I stepped out slightly for a better view when the driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin-faced man in a black suit sat motionless, staring directly at me. We remained frozen, neither moving. After maybe 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not waving but holding it flat like a stop sign. Then he rolled the window up and drove away without signaling. The next few nights, I kept watch. Nothing. No headlights, no idling, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the predictability. Now I habitually check the street at 3:17, sometimes swearing I hear a car idling nearby. But when I look, there's nothing. I was out taking photos of the night sky, setting up my tripod on a quiet road. At first I thought the shape was just a shadow, but it didn't move when I did. About 50 feet back, a figure stood dead center on the road. No flashlight, no movement, just a silhouette. I watched, wondering if someone had pulled over, but there was no sound. No car, no footsteps on gravel, nothing. This person, if it was a person, didn't shift or turn like a normal human would. I switched on my headlamp and shined it toward them. The beam hit the road, illuminating the shoulder and brush, but didn't catch their face. They didn't react. No flinching, no shielding their eyes, no stepping back. Quickly, I snapped a photo with my phone. As soon as the shutter clicked, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the low slope on the road's other side. I considered checking if they needed help, called out, but got no response. Not wanting, to chase someone through the wilderness, I returned to my truck and looked at the picture. The image showed a thin, unusually tall figure, possibly wearing black. Something was off. The arms seemed too long. The head oddly shaped. Not a hat, not hair, but almost featureless. I told myself it was a camera glitch, but it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I saved the photo and locked my phone. The rest of the night passed quietly. I watched the meteors a while longer and left before dawn, mostly forgetting about the incident. The next morning changed everything. Stopping for gas at a Conoco in Riverton, I went inside around 7 a.m. The place was empty except for the cashier. As I dried my hands in the bathroom, the door opened. A man in a pristine black suit entered, mid-40s, pale, clean-cut, top button fastened, shoes immaculate. He didn't look like he belonged. Standing by the sinks, he said, without making eye contact, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was a strange joke. When he turned to face me directly, my stomach dropped. I was at Deep Creek Lake in October, during the off-season. Most rentals were already boarded up for winter, and it was too cold for swimming, but I've always loved the place when it's quiet. My girlfriend Mallory and I had gone for a 2-day break, nothing fancy. We stayed in a small roadside motel a few miles from the state park entrance, the kind with one ice machine and paper-thin walls. That first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. There's a boat launch area near the lake's north end, with a decent-sized gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were there when we pulled in, just us and the water. It was around 11 o'clock, cold but not freezing. Mallory brought a blanket, and we sat on the car's hood, sipping coffee from a thermos, listening to the wind. Later, something strange happened at a Layton gas station. His eyes didn't match. The color was off, like the irises were too pale or the pupils too big. Not fake, just not right. "Your phone," he said. I didn't move. He stepped closer. "Give me the device." There was no threat in his voice, just a flat certainty, as if he already knew I would comply. And I did, I don't know why. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him. He looked at the lock screen, tapped in the code I never told him, then turned and left the bathroom. I followed him out into the store, but he was gone, completely gone. No footsteps, no sound, nothing. The cashier was still at the counter, flipping through a flyer, didn't even look up. I asked if he saw anyone walk out. He said no one came in. I checked the parking lot. No black car, no weird SUV, no sign of anything. Just me in the truck. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to understand what had just happened. Then I noticed the phone was back in my back pocket. I didn't feel him put it there. Didn't see him come near me. I unlocked it. Everything was wiped. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all gone. Factory reset. The only thing left was my contacts synced from the cloud. The photo I took was gone, not even in the backup folder. Later that night, I plugged the phone into my laptop to be sure. I ran recovery software, nothing. The metadata showed a hard reset had been done at 7:14 a.m., the exact time I was in that gas station bathroom. I haven't talked about this with many people. Those I did tell assumed I fell asleep and dreamed part of it, but I didn't. That stretch of road, I've never gone back. The lake was pitch black, visibility almost zero. We'd been sitting on the car hood for about 20 minutes when something strange caught our attention. At first, I mistook it for fog, but its movement was too deliberate, rising from the water with purpose. A massive, wide shape emerged silently, not floating or splashing, but lifting straight up from the lake bottom. No mechanical sounds, no lights, just this huge, dark object. Instead, it looked like an angular wedge with a flat underside, rising about 50 feet before hovering motionless. The silence was eerie. No hum, no wind, no water sounds. Then it began moving sideways, gliding just feet above the lake surface. It passed the distant tree line and vanished into the darkness as if it had never existed. We sat wordless for a moment. "We should go," Mallory finally said. We packed up and got in the car. As I made a U-turn toward the exit, I noticed a folded note tucked under the windshield wiper. No one had approached, no footsteps, no lights. It definitely wasn't there when we arrived. I turned on the wipers and the note fluttered to the ground. Mallory picked it up, a plain white paper with blocky all caps text reading, "Keep driving next time." No signature, no personal touch. We drove back to the motel in complete silence. The next morning I woke early. The bed felt too soft, the heater too loud. I went to the lobby for coffee, finding it empty except for the desk clerk and another man sitting by the fake fireplace. He wore a black suit, dark tie, and pale hands. Sunglasses covered his eyes despite the dim morning light. He held a newspaper upside down, not accidentally, but as if he didn't care about appearing normal. I stood there, pretending not to notice. I went back to look at my dashcam footage from that week after the incident. I'd left it running by accident. It captured the drive-in, the parked timestamp, and then nothing. Blank screen for 2 hours. Then it picked back up when we started driving out again. I checked the file details. The missing time wasn't erased. It was just black. No audio, no video, just dead air. It's in my glove compartment. It all started with a paper I was writing for my Modern American Myth course. I'm not even that into UFOs or anything. I just picked the topic because I thought it'd be easy to find sources and weird enough to keep me interested. The professor, Dr. Luring, said we had to tie the myth to a real historical event. So, I settled on the 1977 Broadbrook sightings, a cluster of reports in upstate Connecticut. My school's only a couple hours from there. I dug into local archives, library, newspaper reels, old message boards. It was mostly just fuzzy lights and second-hand stories, nothing that different from the usual. A couple of farmers said their cows acted strange. Someone swore their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. But what caught my attention were these brief mentions in 2 of the old articles, like barely more than a sentence, about a pair of federal men visiting locals afterward. They weren't described, not even named, just sort of dropped in there. I figured it was probably just local cops or reporters, exaggerating, but I made a note to look. At the drive-in, I noticed a guy at the map rack, flipping pages upside down. He didn't even glance my way. I took the coffee and went back to the room. Mallory was getting dressed when I walked in. I told her about the guy and the newspaper. She laughed at first, but her face changed when she realized I wasn't joking. We decided to check out early, just didn't feel like staying anymore. I went to warm up the car while she settled the bill. When she came out, she said the guy had followed her out of the lobby and stood just outside the front door while she got into the car. Didn't say anything, didn't even hold the door. Just walked behind her, stopped, and stared. At least, not that we, S. Oh. On the drive back, we didn't talk about it much. Every time we tried, it just felt off, like the words didn't quite land. I remember Mallory saying, "Let's just get home." And that was that. I'd been digging into a research project that weekend, reaching out to regional historians for help. Vince Halbrook, one of the historians, suggested I check out a microfilm archive in Springfield. I was set to drive up that Friday. Tuesday night around 8:20 p.m., everything changed. I was in my dorm room, half watching TV with my roommate Aaron while finishing some notes when an email landed in my inbox. The sender was Dr. Harlan Oakes from an unfamiliar email address. oakes.faculty@sunhof.edu. The subject line was simply "Stop." The message was cryptic and direct. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." No greeting, no signature, no attachments. Curious, I investigated. Southern University of New Hampshire had no record of a Dr. Harlan Oakes. I checked the email headers. Everything looked legitimate. It had passed through standard campus filters without any signs of spoofing. I showed Aaron, who dismissed it as someone playing a prank. Minutes later, the fire alarm blared. Strobing red lights filled the building, and everyone trudged outside into the cold, early March evening. Wet pavement, a light wind. Students stood around in sweats and hoodies looking annoyed. That's when I saw them. Two men across the street, absolutely motionless. Black suits, short black coats, dark ties. One wore sunglasses despite the darkness. They weren't talking, taking photos, or gesturing. Their hands hung at their sides. Most strikingly, they were staring directly at me. I glanced around. No one else seemed to notice them. Aaron beside me was scrolling Instagram, oblivious. When I pointed them out, he turned, Ed, to look, but they had vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Back in the dorm, I checked my email. The message from Dr. Sapphire. Oakes had disappeared completely. No trace in the inbox or trash folder. I dropped my research paper about a mysterious email after an unsettling campus IT investigation. I'd searched everywhere for the missing message, running searches across my laptop and checking every possible folder. When I finally approached the campus help desk, they confirmed something strange. The email had never passed through the university's servers. No record existed of any message to or from that address on any domain connected to Sun. Feeling uneasy, I switched my paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. Throughout the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Late one night, driving through the Mojave Desert between Las Vegas and LA, I experienced something equally bizarre. The highway was a dark stretch of asphalt cutting through empty landscape, with nothing but scrub and cacti surrounding me. My gas was low, and the night felt endless. Around 1 a.m., a figure on the shoulder caught my attention. At first I thought someone needed help, but this wasn't a typical roadside scene. A man in a black suit stood completely still, holding his hand out with an odd, rigid gesture. As I approached, something felt wrong. His face was blank, almost inhuman, watching me in a way that sent chills down my spine despite the desert heat. I didn't stop. The moment I passed him, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered and went black, then reset my route. Instead of continuing to LA, it redirected me back toward the spot where I'd just seen the strange figure. No matter how many times I tried to enter my destination, the GPS kept looping me back to that same location. I was driving home late one Sunday night after spending the weekend at my friend Emma's cabin up in the Cascades. Early November brought the kind of cold where you can see your breath, though the roads hadn't iced over yet. Around 10:30 p.m. I left Emma's place, eager to get back to Seattle before it got too late. The drive from the cabin to the highway wound through forest roads, tall firs lining both sides with little else around. The moon was barely visible, and the sky remained clear except for a weird thin layer of fog hanging low over the trees. I was listening to an old playlist on the radio, tuned to a classic rock station that faded in and out. About 20 minutes into the drive, the signal started to cut out in an unusual way. The music would pause for a few seconds, then return with static. Suddenly, I saw a man standing on the shoulder of the highway. I pulled over and shut off the car to check my phone for signal, but there was none. No bars, no Wi-Fi. It was like I'd been cut off from everything. I tried rebooting the car's system, but nothing changed. The GPS insisted on sending me back to that exact place. After sitting there for a few minutes, I noticed the desert had gone unnaturally quiet. No crickets, no wind, no cars, just silence. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, but the sky was clear and full of stars. I turned on my headlights and scanned the shoulder again. No one was there, no sign the man had ever been. Panic began to creep in. I forced myself to start driving again, ignoring the GPS. I took a side road I recognized from an earlier map, hoping it would get me out of the loop. Hours later, I checked into a small motel on the outskirts of town. Exhausted and shaken, I tried to convince myself I was just tired and stressed. Just after midnight, the phone in my room rang. I didn't recognize the number, but answered anyway. A calm, cold voice spoke. "You were right not to stop. Not everyone is." E-line went dead. I stared at the receiver for a long time before hanging up. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, my GPS worked fine again. I left the motel heading home, constantly thinking about the figure on the side of the road, the strange loop, and the mysterious call. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I'm glad I didn't stop. The road stretched out empty before me, miles of darkness punctuated only by my headlights. The radio had gone weird, bursting with static that crackled and spiked before falling into complete silence. I scanned through stations, but each one offered nothing but white noise. Something caught my eye above the tree line. A light unlike anything I'd seen before. Soft yet bright, about the size of a headlight. It hung motionless in the sky. Most aircraft moved, but this one barely shifted. I watched it for 5 minutes and it seemed to drift only inches, without blinking or making a sound. I tried rationalizing what I was seeing. A helicopter? A drone? A weather balloon? But nothing matched. No machine hum, no navigation lights. Just an eerie, unnatural stillness. My phone showed no signal, so I couldn't verify anything. I kept driving, unable to look away from this strange hovering glow that seemed to pulse irregularly, brightening and dimming without pattern. After about 15 minutes, I pulled into Maples Fuel, an old-fashioned gas station with flickering neon lights and a small convenience store. I needed coffee and a bathroom break, hoping to clear my head. Stepping out of the car, the cold air hit me, and there it was again, the light, still hanging above the trees in the parking lot. While filling my tank, a man in a plain black suit approached the pump next to mine, late 40s, clean-shaven, with an unshakable, calm demeanor. He glanced over and spoke quietly. "Some lights are meant to be ignored." "Star, tell it," I asked. "What?" He just shrugged, leaving me more confused than before. I was out in the forest since dawn, walking the perimeter and taking notes on the bear activity around this part of northern Minnesota. Late September hung in the air with a crisp edge that hadn't quite settled into full autumn yet. The clearing was silent, except for the faint hum of cicadas and the rustle of dry leaves. I was used to the quiet, but that morning felt different, like something had shifted. Just before I was about to pack up and head back to the research station, I noticed something strange. In the clearing, a series of perfectly round scorch marks were arranged in an odd pattern. About 6 or 7 of them, each around 2 feet across, formed a rough circle about 15 feet in diameter. The marks were deeply embedded in the earth, with the soil beneath blackened and cracked. Oddly, no trees or plants seemed affected around the edges. Later, at the gas station, a man leaned slightly on the pump and asked, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Words stuck in my throat, and I could only nod. He gave a half smile and walked into the store, the door closing behind him with a mechanical clang that felt out of place. Inside, I grabbed a coffee and tried to make sense of what had happened. When I glanced out the window, the light was gone. The sky was dark and empty. I asked the cashier if anyone had been hanging around or if they'd noticed anything strange. She shrugged, saying, "People come and go all the time, but nothing out of the ordinary." Back in the car, I kept checking the sky through the windshield, half expecting the light to reappear. But nothing came. When I finally got home, the house was quiet. I shut the door and felt a weird weight settle in my chest. I never told Emma or anyone else what I saw or what the man said. It just felt too strange to explain, sometimes, I think. About that light, the way it didn't move like anything I've ever seen. The man's words echo in my head. Some lights are meant to be ignored. Since that night, I've never looked at the sky quite the same. The forest was eerily silent that day, and something felt off. Clean, symmetrical scorch marks dotted the ground, unlike anything I'd ever encountered in my research. They looked like a giant, precise cookie cutter had pressed into the earth, leaving no trace of disturbance around them. I carefully circled the area, searching for any signs of activity. No footprints, no tire tracks, no evidence of a campfire. Methodically, I documented everything. Photos, sketches, soil samples. I recorded it all and marked the location on my GPS. When I radioed back to the station, my colleagues suggested it might be a lightning strike or an animal territorial marking, but the shape and precision didn't align with those explanations. The entire time, an unsettling feeling crept over me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I was being watched, though nothing was there. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at my research cabin. A tall man in a plain black suit stood at the door, completely out of place in the wilderness. No badge, no identification. His dark eyes were steady, his voice flat and calm. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he stated without preamble. I showed him the photographs of the scorch marks, and he examined them with an intense, analytical gaze. He began asking incredibly specific questions about my work. The animals I tracked, the data I collected. His manner was unnerving. He seemed to be studying my every word and reaction, his attention unnervingly precise. Strangely, he already knew the exact location of the clearing, though I hadn't shared those details. When I offered to guide him there, he politely declined, mentioning he had his own methods. After nearly an hour of this peculiar interaction, he simply left without another word, leaving me with more questions than answers. I kept going back to the clearing when I could, always looking for changes, new marks, anything unusual, but nothing ever appeared again. The silence of that clearing, the man's unnerving calm, the way he seemed to know things without asking, kept haunting me. I watched him walk away through the trees, his steps almost too quiet for the soft forest floor. After he left, I double-checked my equipment, my locks, everything. Nothing was missing, but the feeling that something wasn't right lingered. Some nights when the wind rustled the trees just right, I swear I can hear a low hum, not like any animal or machine I know, just a faint vibration under the skin of the forest. I never saw the man again. No calls, no messages, just that one visit and a feeling that whatever was out there wasn't interested in me, but it was watching. The morning started like any other, though I guess that's true for most stories like this. I was up early around 5 a.m. because I'm the kind of person who likes to catch the river when it's calm, especially in late spring around Seattle. I'd taken my usual walk along the Green River Trail, the one that runs just a couple blocks from my place in Tequila. It's quiet at that hour, mostly just the sound of water and the occasional bird waking up. That day it was foggy, thick, low-hanging mist that made everything look soft and kind of blurry. I was walking, hands in my jacket pockets, eyes mostly on the path, when I noticed this weird glow just over the water. It wasn't the sun. Too early for sunlight, and the sky was still grey and clouded. The glow was low, maybe 10 feet above the river's surface, moving slowly upstream against the current. At first, I thought it might be a reflection of me fishing lights or a boat, but there was no boat, no sound, nothing usual, just this pale blue-green light hovering, shifting gently, like it was floating on the mist itself. I stopped and stared, blinking a few times to make sure I wasn't imagining things. There was no noise, no buzzing, no humming, nothing, just that strange, steady glow moving slowly along the water, barely making a ripple. It felt like the whole river was holding its breath. I didn't get closer. Something about it felt wrong, like disturbing it would be a bad idea. So I kept walking, glancing back every so often until the fog swallowed it completely. I pulled up to my small townhouse around 6 a.m., sleepy and craving coffee after a long night. Something immediately felt off. The front door was slightly ajar, just open enough that I could see inside from the street. My heart raced. I always locked my door, especially at night. Standing frozen, I listened. No sounds, no footsteps, no voices. The neighborhood remained silent except for distant cars on the main road. I texted my brother Mark, who's a cop. "Doors open. Don't come over, but I might need you to check this out." Everything looked normal. Couch cushions untouched, TV off. But the clocks, every single one, read exactly 3:33. Wall clock, bedside alarm, microwave, all synchronized. This wasn't normal. These clocks were never perfectly aligned. I considered a power outage, but nothing suggested that. My phone was fully charged with no warnings. I called Mark explaining the situation. He said he'd stop by after his shift, but I downplayed the urgency. Still, I spent the day obsessively checking locks, changing the keypad code, moving restlessly through the house. The silence felt different, heavier, more oppressive. That evening, I took my usual walk in the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end near the playground, a man sat on a bench. His black suit seemed out of place, more fitting for a funeral or business meeting than a suburban park on a Tuesday night. He was reading a newspaper, but something was strange. The pages were completely blank. No text, no images, just pristine white. His eyes were dark and unsettling. I hadn't told anyone about what happened in the White Mountains. Mike and I were just out camping. Nothing unusual. Some beers, bit of hiking during the day, under a clear, cold sky. We'd set up near a clearing and built a fire. Then around midnight decided to lay back and watch the stars. That's when we saw the light. At first it seemed like a faint glow above the trees, similar to how moonlight can cast shadows, but this was different. A narrow beam, almost like a flashlight or searchlight, moving slowly side to side across the pine branches. What struck us was the complete silence. No helicopter hum, no drone buzz, no motor noise. It just glided through the air, scanning the forest as if searching for something. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. We watched for about 5 minutes as it moved smoothly, occasionally catching on branches and bark, creating strange shadows. Then suddenly it stopped, hovering maybe 50 feet above the treetops, shining straight down. After a few seconds it blinked out like someone had flipped a switch. We were frozen, looking at each other. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. Mike shook his head. The silence felt heavy, like something was pressing on us from the surrounding woods. We didn't say much after that. Days later, strange things started happening. I noticed a guy on a bench, reading something that looked blurry and unreadable. When I said evening, he didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine, and the air around him seemed colder. I kept walking. Back home, I locked every door twice and checked the windows. For the next few days, nothing unusual occurred. No river lights, no unlocked doors, no silent bench readers, but I found myself staring at clocks longer than normal. Sometimes, while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I'd get this feeling of being watched from just outside the window, though I'd see no one. I can't explain what I saw that morning on the river, or why my door was unlocked, but something feels connected, and I haven't told anyone. I'm not sure I want to. I was driving back from a week-long trip through the Mojave Desert, trying to clear my head. My name's Eric, and I work in software support, which means sitting behind a screen all day. I usually need to get outside now and then. This trip was mostly just me, my old Jeep, and a map. On the last night, I was somewhere near Baker, California, coming back toward the 15th. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the sky was that deep blue you only get in the desert at dusk. The air had cooled down, but the heat from the day still hung close to the ground. The roads were nearly empty. Just me and the headlights cutting through the dark. About 40 miles outside Baker, I noticed a car behind me. It was a black sedan. Something pretty standard looking. No logos or anything. I glanced in the rearview mirror and caught a glimpse of the driver's face once. Just a blurry shape like a man, but I couldn't make out features. I figured maybe it was coincidence, just someone driving the same way. But I kept getting this uneasy feeling. I sped up, thinking maybe I was imagining things or maybe they'd just pass me. But the car stayed right there, matching my speed perfectly. I slowed down. The next day, we tried to figure out if it was some Park Service thing or maybe some drone test. We called the ranger station, but they said no one had anything scheduled for that area. No notices, no reports. We didn't bring it up. It was like we both wanted to pretend it never happened. Then about 3 months later, I got the email. The sender was just listed as control. No name, no address, just that word. The subject line was blank. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was a short message, just one sentence. No need to share what you never understood. I stared at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, not sure what to do. A little while later, Mike texted me. He'd gotten the same email from the same sender. Neither of us had any clue who it was. I didn't tell anyone else, not my family, not my co-workers. It felt like some kind of message meant only for us. Sometimes I think back to that night, the quiet, the beam, the way it moved without sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they scanning for? I don't know. And maybe that's the point. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon when it happened. The diner's an old roadside spot with buzzing neon signs and booths with cracked vinyl seats. My name's Dan, and I've been working here for a few years now. It was a slow night with just a few night owls and truckers passing through. I noticed the black sedan following me before I even left the parking lot. At first, it seemed random, slowing down, then speeding up. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe they were lost. But the more I tried to lose them, the closer they got. I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station, hoping to see what they'd do. The car stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine idling. I got out and started filling my tank, keeping a careful eye on the vehicle. The driver just sat there, watching me. When I finished, I climbed back into my Jeep. Something made me pause. I couldn't quite bring myself to leave. After a minute or two, the passenger window rolled down with a quiet hiss. A man's face appeared, maybe mid-40s, clean-shaven, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His eyes were calm but sharp, no smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said quietly. I blinked, surprised. "I don't know what you mean," I replied. "Drive carefully from now on," he warned. Then the window rolled up, and the car disappeared into the darkness like it had melted into the night. My heart was pounding. I hadn't seen anything unusual during my trip, at least nothing I'd admit to seeing, but his look and tone left no doubt he was serious. I didn't follow or chase. I just started my Jeep and drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I'm not sure if it was a warning or a threat, but since that night I've been more aware of the quiet things, shadows moving just out of sight, distant hummings in the desert night. I don't talk about it much. It's the kind of story people either don't believe or look at you differently for telling. Late at night, I sometimes see distant headlights on the horizon and wonder if that black sedan is still out there somewhere, watching. On a typical rainy night, the diner was quiet and dim. The steady drizzle outside blurred the neon lights, fogging up the windows. My routine was simple. White tables, brew coffee, stay focused on my work. Around 11 p.m., two men walked in, not your everyday customers. They wore black suits that screamed serious business, the kind of outfits you'd see at a funeral or a high-stakes meeting. One was tall with slicked-back hair, the other shorter and older, sporting thin glasses and a perpetual frown. They settled into the booth by the window and ordered black coffee. At first, I wasn't paying much attention, but their conversation wasn't typical small talk. Something in their tone caught my ear as I wiped a nearby table, drawing me closer without being obvious. They were discussing a recent event that had the town buzzing, a strange light hovering over the old radio tower. People had been calling it a UFO, but no concrete evidence existed. The news seemed eager to dismiss the reports, but these men appeared deeply involved in the situation. Suddenly, the tall guy looked directly at me. I froze mid-wipe, heart racing. He didn't speak, just leaned in and whispered something to his companion. Their eyes locked with mine. Cold, sharp, warning. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he muttered. I nodded quickly, trying to appear disinterested. They finished their coffee and vanished into the rainy night as quickly as they'd arrived. Watching them disappear, their coats pulled tight, streetlights reflecting on the wet pavement, I felt something had changed. The diner felt different afterward. The usual background noise seemed muted, as if the walls themselves were holding a secret. An unsettling sensation lingered. Not quite fear, but a sense of being on the edge of something much larger than a random late-night encounter. The next morning, predictably, no mention of the light appeared in the news. The radio tower returned to being just another forgotten landmark on the hill. Yet I couldn't shake the memory of those men and their cryptic warning. I've never shared this story. Who would believe a tale from a late-night diner? But on rainy nights, when the neon glows and the streets are empty, I can't help but remember I was deep in the woods of northern Vermont, seeking solitude on a solo camping trip. My goal was simple: get away from city noise and find some peace. I'd chosen a secluded spot off a logging road, about 10 miles from the nearest town, a flat clearing near a creek that I'd spotted on a map. The first night passed quietly. I set up my tent in the late afternoon, built a fire by sunset, and spent the evening reading as the forest settled around me. Night sounds were familiar. Crickets, owls, wind rustling through pine trees. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The second day, I hiked without seeing another soul. When I returned to my campsite in the late afternoon, a strange smell hung in the air, something like burnt rubber or a chemical odor. I wondered if a truck had passed nearby, but the road remained silent. No vehicles had come through all day. I was tired and didn't think much about it. Just before dawn on the third morning, something changed. A heavy rustling outside my tent woke me. Not the light movement of animals, but something deliberate. Slow, careful steps through the brush. My heart raced as I lay frozen, listening. Then complete silence fell, an unnatural, deep quiet that made my skin crawl. When daylight arrived, I unzipped the tent and discovered a small note pinned to the flap. A scrap of notebook paper, held in place by a twig, bore messy block letters spelling "Go Home." I scanned the surrounding woods, finding them empty. Then I noticed it, a black sedan idling just past the clearing's edge. The car's engine hummed softly, but no one was inside. Windows up, interior empty. I called out, but my voice seemed to vanish into the stillness, and in the blurring lights I could swear I saw shadows standing by a distant tower, watching, waiting. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday evening just past sunset. Something felt weird in the open space. No response, no movement from the car. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be scared or confused, like a scene from a horror movie. I found myself frozen in place, unsure whether to run or stay. Slowly, I approached the car, scanning for any signs of life or explanation. No warning, no noise. The silence descended, thick and heavy. I studied the tree line behind the car, searching for any clues about how it arrived. No tracks in the dirt, no crushed grass, no evidence of recent movement. Something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but no signal. Trying again yielded the same result. Then I noticed something odd about the woods beyond the car. The light looked different. A strange haze hung around that section of trees, unmoving like a curtain. Unease crept over me. I decided to leave, grabbing my pack and walking back toward my tent. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw nothing unusual. Back at my campsite, the note was gone. My tent flap was zipped tight exactly as I'd left it. I tried to rationalize the situation, but the memory of the silent car felt too real to dismiss. I packed up quickly. A faint, weird smell lingered. Constantly looking behind me, I made my way to my truck parked down the logging road. In the rear-view mirror, I thought I saw headlights through the trees, but when I turned, nothing was there. I drove straight to town, not stopping until I hit the main highway. Sharing the story with friends, they dismissed it as a prank, wildlife encounter, or just nerves. I've returned to the area since, but always avoiding that clearing. The black car and the note remain a mystery. Every time I recall that quiet, empty car and the unexplained note, it simply doesn't make sense. The sky still clung to its last threads of daylight as shadows stretched long and dark, and the temperature dropped quickly. After a work trip to Vegas, I chose the scenic route home, avoiding the freeway. These canyon roads wind narrow between steep sandstone cliffs, and at this time of year, they're practically deserted. Around 7:30, something caught my eye. A black sedan without plates parked just past a sharp bend, not a typical sight in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, half expecting a roadblock or construction, but saw nothing official. Two men approached my car. Black suits, dark sunglasses despite the fading light. One tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter and in his late 30s. They walked up purposefully, like they'd been waiting. The tall one spoke first, no smile. "Road ahead is closed for maintenance. You'll have to turn back." I blinked and looked up the road. Nothing unusual. No workers, no barriers, no equipment. When I mentioned the lack of signs, the shorter man stated flatly it was a private job with no exceptions. "I need to get through," I said. "I'm trying to get home." The tall guy was firm. "We can't let you through. It's not safe." The canyon stretched empty around us. No lights, no sounds, just quiet rocks against the dimming sky. Their car was completely black. No visible windows, no license plates, no markings at all. Something felt off, but I kept my voice steady. "How long is this maintenance?" I asked. "Indefinite," came the short reply. I sighed and started backing up slowly, checking my rearview mirror. When I looked again, both men were already back in their car. The sedan began to move, but as I shifted gears and glanced over my shoulder, it had vanished. No engine sound, no lights, just empty road and canyon walls. No tire marks, no evidence they'd ever been there. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The evening air was sharp and the skies clear when it all started a couple of weeks ago, just after sunset. I was driving along a remote canyon road, the landscape quiet and still. As I moved forward carefully, I noticed nothing unusual. No barriers, no equipment, just an empire. Equipment, just an empire. Tight stretch of road. I pulled over in a wider spot and stepped out. The canyon was silent except for the occasional rustle of dry brush in the wind. My phone showed no signal. Walking a bit up and back, I searched for any tracks or explanation for what felt like a sudden vanishing act. Finding nothing, I returned to my car and started driving back. The sky had darkened to a deep blue, with the first stars emerging. About 10 minutes into my return trip, a strange light caught my attention. It was a faint, steady glow just above the canyon rim. not moving like a plane or helicopter, but hanging almost like a lantern suspended in the sky. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but the light remained, seeming to follow me at the edge of my vision. At the small diner near the canyon entrance, I stopped. The place was empty except for Sam, the night cook. When I shared my experience, expecting to be laughed at, Sam simply nodded. "You're not the first one to see things like that out here," he said. He mentioned lights, figures, and roads that mysteriously close without a trace. I left with an uneasy feeling. Driving home, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan or the two men again, but the road remained empty. Later, I checked news and county road updates. Nothing about closures or maintenance on the canyon road, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the experience. I told a few friends who joked about government agents or aliens. A couple of days later, I discovered a small blank scrap of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard, untouched. That night, I went to bed thinking about the men, the empty road, and the strange light that seemed to defy explanation. I was out on the dock behind my place late one night, phone in hand, trying to see. Capture some star shots. The usual quiet settled around me. While scrolling through my pictures, something caught my eye out on the lake. A dark silhouette hovered motionless just above the water's surface. This wasn't like any bird or aircraft I'd seen before. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid, sharp shape against the night sky. I zoomed in with my camera. The object was smooth and oval, a matte black that seemed to absorb the darkness around it. For a few minutes it drifted slowly sideways. Then, without warning, it shot straight up and vanished into the darkness. I was left feeling both unnerved and intensely curious. Days later, a strange black car appeared at the end of my driveway. An older model from the early 2000s, it looked pristine. No dents, no license plate. What struck me as odd was the complete lack of tire tracks or footprints on the gravel. Each morning, the car remained in exactly the same spot. I started leaving notes on the windshield, hoping the owner would move it. But the notes disappeared, and the car stayed put. Something felt off, but I kept quiet. Who would believe me? Then one evening after dinner, I heard gravel crunching. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing at the end of my driveway. His face was mostly hidden in the streetlight's shadow. He just stood there, watching me, saying nothing. The car, the strange object on the lake. This silent figure. Something was definitely not right. I'd been filming for about an hour, just scanning the sky, when something caught my eye. At first, it was just a flicker, barely noticeable. The old airfield near Milltown in western Kansas was quiet, with only cracked runways and empty hangars around me. I wasn't planning anything special that night, just a spur-of-the-moment decision to capture the stars. The sky was clear, with that cold, dry air typical of early spring air. Innings. Weeks earlier, strange things had started happening. A man had appeared on my porch, cryptically saying, "The water remembers." Before I could respond, he vanished into the darkness. I'd locked the door and spent the rest of that night watching out the window. Over the next week, a car kept appearing every morning, though the man never returned. Odd occurrences became more frequent. My phone would glitch when I tried to photograph the lake, and late at night I'd hear a faint humming that would stop when I went outside. One night around 3 a.m. I saw soft blue lights flickering over the water, pulsing slowly. When I tried to capture them on my phone, the screen went black and froze. By the time I looked up again, the lights had disappeared. Now, out at the abandoned airfield with my old camcorder, something was different. A flicker of movement caught my attention against the star-filled sky. The man and his cryptic message echoed in my mind. The water remembers. Even though the car had stopped appearing and I hadn't seen the man since that night on the porch, something felt off. Whenever I was near the water, an unsettling sensation would wash over me, like something was watching, waiting just below the surface. As I continued filming, that feeling of being observed grew stronger. The words kept repeating in my head, a constant whisper, "The water remembers." The night was quiet when something caught my eye. Lights drifted high in the sky, moving slowly and pulsing in ways that didn't match any aircraft I knew. No red or green blinking, no engine sounds, just round, silent shapes flickering and vanishing, then reappearing elsewhere. My curiosity took over. I zoomed in with the camcorder, watching as the lights seemed to shift and dance, almost like they were observing me. The air grew colder, though the wind remained unchanged. Behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road, a man in a black suit stood motionless in the shadows. His outfit seemed wrong for this isolated nighttime location. No tie, just a dark jacket and slacks. I turned off the camcorder screen and squinted. "Hey, can I help you?" Silence. "Are you lost?" Nothing. Then, without a sound, he stepped through the fence. No climbing, no movement. He simply appeared closer. I raised the camcorder but didn't record. Something about him made me hesitate. 6 feet away, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a single piece of paper. Slowly, he handed it to me. I looked down. Blank. Completely empty. When I looked up to ask what this meant, he was gone. No footprints, no sound, no trace. I turned back to the sky, empty, as if the lights had never existed. I sat in my car, the blank paper in my jacket pocket, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Something unexplained had touched my world, leaving more questions than answers. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I like a good mystery, but I don't go looking for trouble. Still, that night changed everything. I live just outside a small town in Ohio near one of those old power plants they built in the 70s. Not exactly picturesque, but it's part of the scenery here. For years, I'd gone out shooting landscapes and night skies around the plant. Sometimes the big cooling towers with their steam clouds looked kind of eerie in the dark, and I liked capturing that. Nothing special, just a hobby. It was a Wednesday. I had the night off work and the sky was clear but colder than usual for spring. I took my camera and tripod and drove out to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the edge of the woods where I could get a good view. I was hoping for some decent long exposure shots of the stars and maybe the steam glowing under tea moonlight. I set up and started snapping photos, waiting for the right moment. Nothing out of the ordinary for a while, just the usual hum of distant machinery and the occasional sound of a train far off. At first it looked like a faint glow, but then it shifted slow, almost floating. I pointed my camera in that direction, zoomed in and started taking pictures. The light moved erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green. It didn't make any noise I could hear. I tried to focus, but the light kept flickering in and out. I took several shots, some in bursts. I even switched to video for a bit just to see if the camera picked up more than my eyes could. Then a man appeared, out of nowhere. I didn't hear him approach, and when I turned, he was just standing there. He handed me a piece of paper without saying a word, then vanished as quickly as he'd come. Back at home, I checked the footage. The camcorder had recorded everything. The strange lights moving, and then the sudden silence when the man appeared. But there was no sign of the paper or the moment he gave it to me. It was like the camera missed that part completely. I told a couple of friends, but they just laughed it off as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I don't know what I saw or who that man was. I don't think I'll ever go back to that airfield, but sometimes when I'm outside at night, I swear I see lights moving just out of the corner of my eye watching. I noticed something strange that night near the power plant. A weird light appeared out of nowhere, hanging in the sky. After about 10 minutes, it vanished without a sound or trace. I drove home feeling uneasy, but tried to dismiss it as just a cold night playing tricks on my mind. The next day, I loaded the photos onto my computer and discovered something unsettling. Every single image of the light was corrupted, just blank black screens. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. Nothing worked. It was like the photos had been deliberately erased. That night, while sitting in my living room and staring at my camera bag, a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. 2 men in expensive black suits stood at my door. They didn't introduce themselves. One held out a business card, but when I looked closer, it was completely blank. The other spoke quietly, almost whispering, "Some lights aren't meant to be captured." Their presence was unnerving. They weren't threatening, but something about them felt serious and cold. Before I could respond, they turned and walked away, disappearing down the street in seconds. I locked the door, my hands shaking. The blank card remained in my hand with only a faint smudge where text should have been. Since that night, something has changed. Whenever I go near the power plant, I feel watched. The machinery's hum sounds different, like it's concealing a secret. I never saw those men again, and the photos remained missing. I don't understand what that light was or who those men were. But one thing became clear. Some mysteries are better left unexplored. The street was dead quiet, with only distant dogs barking, breaking the silence. Fog rolled in thick from the nearby river, and flickering streetlights cast a dim glow. 2 figures appeared, dressed in black suits and dark glasses, their faces as blank as movie stereotypes. They approached without introduction, stating they needed to check my yard. Something felt immediately wrong. No badges, no official identification, just a calm, firm voice mentioning safety concerns. My instincts told me arguing wouldn't be wise. Half believing I might be dreaming, I stepped outside and locked the door behind me. The other remained near the entrance, watching me intently. I tried peering over the fence, but could only make out my old garden, shed, and a few scattered bushes. The atmosphere was tense and surreal. Suddenly, the one in the yard called me over. "Please stay inside," he instructed. When I asked why, the response was simply standard procedure. His tone was polite, yet brooking no argument. Back inside, I watched through the window as they pulled heavy black bags from their coat pockets, the kind forensic teams might use. One carefully approached something near the shed, methodically wrapping it up. Whatever the object was, it appeared small. I reached for my phone to call the police, but the screen went black. No signal. Minutes crawled by, each feeling like an eternity. Then, as silently as they'd arrived, the men walked back to the front. One gave me a brief, almost warning nod before they vanished. No car was visible, either when they came or left. After they disappeared, I stepped outside. My breath hung visible in the cold air. The yard looked untouched, save for a faint scuff mark near the shed. No footprints, no trace of what they might have collected. Confused and unsettled, I returned inside, locked the door, and tried to make sense of the bizarre encounter. Here's the rewritten text. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Unexplained Diaries. I share real encounters with beings beyond our world to help you unwind. Before we dive in, I'd love to hear from you. Where are you tuning in from? Find a comfortable spot, and let's begin. It started with the lights. Just past midnight, maybe closer to 1 o'clock, I was out by the edge of the soybean fields behind my place in Franklin, Illinois. Nothing fancy, just open land, grain silos, and gravel roads. When I can't sleep, I sometimes walk out here. The night was dead quiet and the stars were bright. That's when I saw them. 3 pale white lights hovering low over the far end of the field. No blinking, just hanging there, maybe 30 feet above the ground. No sound at all. Another night, I was walking home late. The street was quiet, with a slight fog that made everything feel off. Near the end of the block, a black car caught my eye. Not the car itself, but what was inside. 2 men sat in the front seats, dressed in black suits and old-fashioned top hats. At first I thought it might be a costume or prank, but when I looked closer, their faces weren't faces at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, featureless skin, like someone had completely erased their features. I froze, then started walking faster. Curiosity pulled me back, and when I glanced over my shoulder, the car was gone. No lights, no engine sound, no tire marks, just an empty street under the fog. The next day, I checked my yard thoroughly. Nothing seemed out of place, but a strange scuff mark remained. I don't know what they were looking for or why, but I can't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Those 2 men, I've never seen them again. The fog outside thickened and stayed until dawn. I was filming when the lights appeared. They hung motionless, suspended like they were waiting. Then, all at once, they began drifting smoothly, connected somehow, not moving individually but rotating as a whole, like a single entity turning in place. They glided sideways, completely silent. Goosebumps ran down my spine. I'd expected some mechanical sound, a drone's hum, but there was nothing. The world seemed to pause, holding its breath. For about 2 minutes I recorded without a word, just standing there, watching. Eventually, the lights retreated into the tree line. Walking home, I aimed cell service. I trimmed the most interesting 30 seconds and posted it on TikTok with a simple caption, "Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now?" I went to bed, thinking nothing of it. Maybe a few dozen views, perhaps a local comment. The next morning changed everything. The video had exploded overnight. Tens of thousands of views, comments flooding in from everywhere. People reported similar sightings in Indiana, Missouri, even Oregon. Some called it fake, CGI, but I was just trying to understand what I'd seen. Around 8:30, a sharp knock came. 2 quick raps. Through the peephole, I saw them, 2 men in identical black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties, old-style sunglasses with thin black frames, short, slicked-back hair. They were exactly the same height, same build, like carbon copies. I opened the door halfway, keeping the screen between us. The left one smiled first, wide, unnaturally so. No teeth, just a perfect crescent of lips. The right one mirrored the smile half a second later. It looked rehearsed, Porter. The left one spoke, his voice flat, like a speaker with no bass. "Yeah," I replied. Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately." The question hung in the air. I hesitated, mouth half open, brain struggling to process. "I guess," I managed. "No reason," the other one said. It was a busy night, and the silence afterward felt strange. 2 visitors had just left, same walk, same posture, same tone of voice. They nodded slowly, still smiling, after saying they appreciated my cooperation, but something felt off. A tightness grew in my chest, not like a panic attack, but that familiar tension you get when a cop pulls up behind you and you know you've done nothing wrong. They hadn't asked about anything specific, no mention of the video, no questions about TikTok, just a vague reference to a busy night and feeling safe. After they left, I watched their black sedan with regular Illinois plates drive away. I locked the door and headed to my desktop to review the video. But the app claimed this video is no longer available. No flags, no takedown notices, just gone, as if it had never existed. I always back up my footage, so I checked my hard drive. It clicked a few times, then went silent, not even showing up in Disk Manager. I tried another PC in the garage, same result. Clicks, spin, then nothing. The BIOS didn't recognize it either. My cloud sync was offline as usual, due to slow internet. The house had become unnaturally quiet. No pets, no kids, no background hum, just dead air for what felt like a full minute. Then I heard a car door. Looking out the window revealed an empty street, just my truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac. I closed the curtains and sat in the hallway, half expecting them to return. They didn't. But the feeling of being watched persisted, even inside my own home. By noon, I discovered my TikTok account was inaccessible. The password wouldn't work and the reset link never arrived. It was a Sunday night in September around 10:30, driving home from my cousin's place outside of Platte, South Nebraska. My parents had let me take their beat-up silver Camry with one working speaker and a cracked windshield. The road was a narrow 2-lane cutting between cornfields for miles. No lights, no houses, just stalks on both sides and the occasional mailbox. I had the window cracked and music low. The sky felt massive, clear, no clouds, just stars everywhere. Later, I started noticing strange things. My video had vanished completely. No matter where I looked, Reddit, Twitter, UFO forums, the content was gone, replaced by blank thumbnails or 404 errors. I tried recovery tools, running 3 different programs. They found fragments of old files, Family P, Hotos. Everything except anything from that night. It was like the file had never existed. I couldn't access the original account. Even the comments linked by others led to dead ends. Something felt off. In town, I started asking around. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a hunter who lives 2 roads over. When I asked about lights in the sky, he gave me a strange look and said, "Like what?" I described lowlights over the fields with no sound. He shook his head quickly, almost too fast. Other folks mostly shrugged or looked confused. One woman at the hardware store mentioned dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., thinking they were coyotes. I haven't filmed anything since. My new hard drive works, but I check it daily, paranoid. I've stopped posting on TikTok and haven't logged in. The sedan hasn't returned, at least not that I've seen. But at night, especially out back, I sense something just beyond the tree line. More like waiting. I don't take walks anymore. The night started with a dead raccoon on the road. As I swerved, a soft orange glow caught my eye from the cornfield. At first I thought it might be farm equipment working late, but this was different. Hovering about 20 feet above the ground, a perfectly round sphere glowed from within. It wasn't casting light outward, just flickering like a smokeless fire. I pulled over and killed the radio, staring intently. The object remained motionless, suspended in mid-air, seemingly waiting. My heart raced as my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Was this real? I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only black. No matter how I adjusted the settings, the glow wouldn't register. In an instant, it vanished. Not gradually or with movement, but completely gone. Only my headlights illuminated the road ahead. I drove home, constantly glancing at the fields, unsure of what I just witnessed. I kept the experience to myself. What would I even say? A floating fireball? No way my parents would believe that. I showered and went to bed, pushing the memory aside. The next day proceeded normally. School dragged on, with chemistry feeling especially tedious. As 7th period ended, I decided to take a different route to the bus area, avoiding a group of kids. That's when I noticed the car. A long, black vehicle, maybe a Lincoln, sat across from the school's entrance. The engine ran, but nobody entered or exited. Something felt strange, not threatening, but definitely watchful. As I crossed the grass toward the crosswalk, the passenger window rolled down. The man inside was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Pale as paper, with short, light-colored hair almost white or silver cut in a military style. He wore a black suit and crisp white shirt, no tie. Black sunglasses covered his eyes, despite the cloudy day. I started noticing strange things after that day. At first they seemed minor and easily dismissed. My phone would randomly freeze for a second before working again. My school ID badge suddenly stopped scanning, showing as invalid, only to work perfectly the next day. One afternoon that week, my Spotify completely reset itself. All my playlists vanished, my history wiped clean. I only realized when I tried to play music in the car and was prompted to log back in. That Friday, I left my algebra binder on my desk during lunch. When I returned, everything inside had been flipped upside down. The papers remained in order, just completely inverted. I asked my friends if they were playing a prank, but they looked genuinely confused. One even joked that I must be haunted. It all started with that car, the man who wasn't really smiling. He had rolled down his window and looked straight at me with eyes that didn't match his moving lips. His voice was flat, like someone reading from a script. It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see. My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about what happened the night before. Not even my cousin. After that encounter, I changed. I stopped walking alone, sticking to the bus and staying in crowds. I never mentioned the man in the suit to anyone. What could I even say? The weirdest moment came the following Monday during a fire drill. We were standing on the soccer field when I spotted someone at the far end of the track, back by the visitor bleachers. He stood perfectly still, facing us, same suit, same hair, same posture as the man from the car. I blinked, and he was gone. No one else seemed to have seen him. When I asked Kayla, who was next to me, she just looked confused and said, "What guy?" That night, I found myself searching online for floating light cornfield, desperate for some explanation. The car had pulled away that day so smoothly, almost gliding without a sound. I went straight home and locked my bedroom door, keeping my phone plugged in with the flashlight app open. Sleep didn't come easily. I'd been helping my friend Tyler run a side project documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. We weren't experts, just two guys with day jobs in Albany who drive out to spots people emailed us about, take photos, shoot some B-roll and upload it to our YouTube channel. Small time, mostly a hobby. This particular trip was to a patch of woods near Midburg. Len, a guy in his 60s, had emailed us about something strange. He was quiet, serious. Said he saw 3 white lights drop below the treetops around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No noise, no wind. The next day he'd hiked out and found a big ring in the moss, perfectly round, maybe 20 feet wide. His photos showed ground that looked weird, flat, dry, like something had pressed it down. We drove up Saturday afternoon, parked off a dirt shoulder, and hiked in with a couple cameras and Tyler's cheap EMF meter. It took about 40 minutes to reach the clearing. The ring was still there, maybe not as sharp as in the lens photos, but you could tell something had disturbed the area. The moss around the edge was a different color. We spent a couple hours out there, got drone footage, took soil samples. At one point, Tyler said he felt a vibration through his boots, but I didn't feel anything. No birds, no bugs, just the occasional creak of trees. We wrapped up around dusk and headed back to the car. The drive home was normal. I went back to Nebraska and got a bunch of junk. Videos of drones, weather balloons, fireworks, nothing close. The next weekend, I returned to that stretch of road during the day. The corn was still tall. I pulled over to the same shoulder, got out, walked a few feet in. Nothing there. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment, just dry ground and rows of stalks. I've never seen the car again, not in front of school, not around town. But sometimes at night, I get this pressure behind my eyes, like someone's staring at me through the walls. I've started keeping my blinds closed all the time, even during the day. When I drive past that field, usually by accident, I try not to look. We got back to our split-level apartment around 10 p.m. after grabbing burgers and joking about Len's potential kiddie pool scare. Tyler and I had been roommates for 3 years in this second-floor unit of a 3-story walk-up on Western Avenue. The moment we reached our door, something felt wrong. The handle wasn't fully latched, death nudged open when I pushed it. Initially, I thought Tyler might have forgotten to lock up, but he always double-checks. We entered cautiously, half expecting a break-in, yet nothing seemed stolen. Laptops remained on the desk, the TV was untouched, and drawers were undisturbed. But every mirror in the apartment had been mysteriously flipped. The bathroom mirror faced the wall, the full-length mirror in my bedroom was turned around, and Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet. No broken glass, no other disturbances. We checked the windows, all locked from the inside. Oddly, we didn't call the police. Maybe because nothing was technically missing. No signs of forced entry, just those unsettling mirrors. That night was tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with lights blazing, and I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Closing my eyes brought vivid images of someone watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. "There's someone down there," he said without turning. I joined him and looked where he pointed. Across the street, under the sodium street lamp, stood a man in a black suit. No coat, no umbrella, despite the drizzle. His pale skin stood out, no hat obscuring his features. His arms hung unnaturally straight at his sides, fixed in an eerie stillness. I asked how long he'd been there. Tyler mentioned first noticing him about 30 minutes earlier. We watched for another 10 minutes. The man never looked away, never moved. I tried capturing a photo on my phone, but when I checked, he was inexplicably absent. Just an empty street remained. Tyler wanted to confront him, but I suggested waiting. Sometime after 4 o'clock, the man simply walked away, not toward a car or building, just vanished into the night. We both called out of work the stamina. Next day, I checked the locks again, but nothing was broken. We talked about what to do next, report it, ignore it, or maybe move. Neither of us really believed we were in danger, but we also couldn't explain what was happening. That afternoon, we tried logging into the channel to review the footage from the woods. The drone clips were there, along with the photos and soil sample materials, but the files from Tyler's handheld, where he'd walked through the ring and talked about the soil, were completely gone. Just gone. Not corrupted, not mislabeled, like they were never recorded. We checked the SD card on my laptop and his with the same result. No files past a certain timestamp, right around the time we noticed the weird quiet in the clearing. That night, just before bed, I looked out the window again. No one was on the street, but one of the street lamps, directly across from our building, kept flickering on, off, back on, like someone was playing with the power. I watched it for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning, neither of us said anything about it. We just made coffee and went about our day like normal. But that wasn't the last time I saw the man. Late October offered a clear, dry, and cold night, the kind where stars really pop. I was out on the ridge just after midnight, pursuing my passion for astrophotography. This was something I'd been into for a few years, mostly as a way to get away from everything and focus on something bigger. I drove alone to a spot I'd been scouting about 20 minutes from my place in northern Vermont. A small dirt path led to a clearing on the ridge, with no streetlights for miles, and the sky was perfect. I set up my old Canon A1 on a tripod, using some expired Kodak Ektachrome I'd found at a thrift store. I like shooting film because it forces you to slow down and be patient. Fiddling with the settings, 30-second exposures, ISO 600, I started shooting. The ridge faced east, so I was trying to catch the movement of the stars trailing around Polaris. Everything looked normal at first. After about an hour of shooting, I packed up and headed home. The next morning, I started developing the film in the dark room on campus. I'm in the photography department, and our lab is open pretty much all the time. The dark room sits in a cramped basement with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights, surrounded by chemicals and trays. I find the space oddly comforting and quiet. After developing my first few strips and hanging them to dry, I noticed something strange on one of the rolls. The star trails looked great, but cutting across the sky were these sharp geometric streaks, precise lines and angles that didn't seem random. They looked deliberate, like someone had drawn patterns in light. These shapes were unlike anything I'd seen before, definitely not from airplanes or satellites. I examined the negatives under the light, blinking and wondering if it might be a scratch or processing error. Deciding to investigate, I printed a few frames using the enlarger. When blown up, the shapes became even more bizarre. Triangles, diamonds, and what appeared to be a hexagon glowed faintly white. They remained sharp and rigid, while the surrounding stars blurred from the exposure. I showed the prints to Claire, a fellow photography student. She suggested it might be light graffiti or a film glitch. We both agreed it was probably just a weird artifact, but something about it nagged at me. The next night I returned to the ridge, but cloudy skies prevented another attempt. Days later, I went to the darkroom to make more prints. The room was empty except for Mr. Bryan, but there, Carver, the janitor. When he looked at me, his expression seemed strange, like he was holding something back. Reaching into my locker, I discovered my prints with the geometric streaks were completely missing, not just a few, but the entire set. I asked Mr. Carver about them. He hesitated before explaining that a few nights earlier, men in black suits had come after hours. They asked peculiar questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things not meant to be seen. I froze, wondering what they could possibly want. I'd been digging through public satellite data for weeks, searching for anything out of the ordinary. UFOs, secret military sites, restricted areas, that was my thing. I'm not a professional, just someone fascinated by this stuff. One afternoon, I stumbled on satellite images of a land section in southern Utah near a military testing zone's border. Every map I checked marked this area off limits. But the satellite photos revealed something strange. Perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes carved into the desert floor. These odd indentations caught my attention immediately. I started asking around, trying to understand what I'd found. Someone mentioned they'd been down there taking photos of the sky. They warned about too much light and things better left unseen, hinting that people weren't welcome poking around. After that conversation, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. I kept checking my lab every day, but my negatives remained untouched. Then things started getting weird. Walking back from the campus library one night, I spotted a black sedan parked under a street lamp near my apartment. Two men in dark suits sat inside, unmoving. As I passed, their headlights flickered, and I caught one of them watching me. Spooked, I rushed home and locked every door and window. Strange occurrences became routine. My phone battery drained quickly. Movements flickered outside my window, vanishing when I looked. While driving home late, my headlights briefly dimmed. I stood up visiting the ridge and told no one, not even Claire. An email arrived on my school account one afternoon. No subject, just a cryptic message. "You've seen too much light lately." The sender's address was unfamiliar. My reply went unanswered. That night, a shadow seemed to stand outside my apartment. When I looked closer, it disappeared. I tried convincing myself it was just a streetlight playing tricks. As a precaution, I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location. Though I never saw those men in black again, I always felt watched, like something was waiting. I never understood those shapes on my film or why those men appeared. In the end, I stopped photographing the night sky. Something just didn't feel right anymore. I discovered some strange shapes while browsing online. No one else seemed to have noticed them. There were no discussions in the news or on forums about these mysterious markings. Determined to understand what I'd found, I downloaded the images and carefully cleaned them up. I created a detailed forum post including precise coordinates, zoomed-in views, and overlays that highlighted the shapes clearly. My goal was to get other people's perspectives on what I'd discovered. That night, lying in bed, my mind kept returning to those images. The shapes appeared almost deliberately carved, as if with a specific purpose. Questions swirled in my head. Who would have access to that remote location? Why was the area completely off limits? Something felt hidden, something nobody wanted exposed. Just after midnight, a knock interrupted the silence. Living alone on the town's outskirts, late-night visitors were unheard of, but the knocking persisted, slow, deliberate intervals breaking the quiet. Peering through the peephole revealed nothing. When I cautiously opened the door, a man I knew in a dark, old-fashioned suit stood motionless. No greeting, no smile. "What do you think you saw?" he asked, his voice quiet but commanding. Stunned, I stammered. "Excuse me?" He repeated the question more like a warning than a query. I quickly shut and locked the door, my heart pounding. Something felt wrong. This wasn't an official visit. The knocking resumed immediately, striking every 3 minutes with mechanical precision. My phone showed no signal, unusual for this area. I checked locks and windows, ensuring everything was secure, and sat near the door, listening. Each knock felt like a threat, yet no one was visible. What could I possibly tell them? I worked nights at the Mount Kelsey Observatory, a remote facility about 40 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona. Nestled on a ridge surrounded by pine trees, it was the only building for miles perfect for their specialized telescopes. I'd been a night security guard there for almost 3 years, and I loved the quiet. My shifts ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights were peaceful. Just me, patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, watching for trespassers or wildlife. That night in mid-October was clear and cold. The moon was just a sliver, barely illuminating the darkness. Around midnight, something caught my eye. Over the east ridge, not far from the facility, two bright spheres hovered silently. They weren't like typical aircraft lights, no blinking, just steady, intense, pale blue-white glows. I initially thought someone might be playing around with spotlights or lanterns, but these spheres remained motionless. Hours later, back home, the strange experience haunted me. I posted about the satellite images online, but something felt off. The knocking started soon after, C-taps every 3 minutes. I couldn't sleep, constantly watching the door. The air near the entrance grew inexplicably colder, despite my heater running. A faint, steady buzzing underscored the silence. When dawn's first rays appeared, the knocking abruptly stopped. I waited until mid-morning to open the door, finding nothing, no footprints, no notes, absolutely nothing. Later that day, I discovered my online thread had vanished without explanation. Completely deleted. The entire experience left me unsettled. The mysterious spheres, the persistent knocking, the disappeared images, it all felt like something I wasn't meant to see. The shapes on those satellite maps remained, but I won't touch them anymore. And if those knocks ever return, I'm definitely not answering. The night shift was quiet until I spotted two bright spheres hovering near the tree line, about 50 feet apart. They moved erratically but remained suspended in place. Grabbing my flashlight and binoculars, I tried to get a clearer view. For nearly 5 minutes, the spheres hung motionless and silent. I radioed the control room to report the unusual activity on the east side. They instructed me to observe but not approach, so I watched, waiting to see what would happen. Then, without warning or sound, the spheres began to rise. Slowly at first, then quickly, 20 feet, 30 feet, climbing higher and higher until they vanished into the sky. Their speed was unlike anything I'd seen from a helicopter or drone. Within seconds, they were gone. I spent the rest of my shift searching the grounds. Cameras scanned the property and I walked the ridge looking for any sign of what I'd witnessed. Nothing. No tracks, no vehicles, no evidence of anyone nearby. When I clocked out, I wrote my report carefully, trying to sound rational. I described the bright lights that hovered silently before disappearing the next morning. Everything changed. Jeff was waiting for me, looking tense and nervous. Before I could ask why, two men in crisp black suits entered. They carried themselves with an unsettling calm. Jeff introduced them as Homeland Security agents, here to discuss my report. The men wore thick metal badges with numbers 0473 and 8921, no names, no traditional identification. What struck me most was their eyes. They never blinked, staring ahead with an almost inhuman intensity. They asked the same questions from my report. What did I see? When? Were there any other unusual details? I repeated my account precisely. The spheres, their movement, the complete silence, my inability to find an explanation. They listened carefully, exchanging knowing glances, but wrote nothing down. After the agents left that day, everything felt different. They had been at the observatory for about 20 minutes, whispering something about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena before departing without explanation. But by non-conventional aerial phenomena, before departing without explanation, Jeff stayed close but remained silent, and I couldn't shake the weird feeling that had settled over me. Throughout the day, the cameras showed strange interruptions, sudden static that broke the feed at odd moments. Jeff avoided my gaze, as if he was hiding something significant. That night, while working my usual shift, I encountered the two spheres again, hovering in exactly the same spot as before. This time, the environment was eerily different. The forest around the observatory was unnaturally quiet. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant wildlife sounds. It was as if everything had stopped breathing. A low electrical hum buzzed behind me, adding to the tension. When I looked at the spheres, one seemed to flicker momentarily, almost like a digital glitch, which made my stomach churn. The spheres began moving slowly toward the observatory's main telescope dome. I tried to radio the control room, but my voice came out distorted, overwhelmed by loud static. For about 10 minutes, the lights hovered overhead before vanishing completely. In the following weeks, strange occurrences continued. Security cameras would catch something moving just beyond the frame, too quick to be human, too indistinct to be an animal. I noticed odd details, faint footprints leading nowhere, and small scorched patches near the equipment sheds. When I mentioned these to Jeff, he dismissed them as potential animal or human activity. The agents never returned and the spheres stopped appearing after that night. Yet an unsettling sensation of being watched persisted. Those unblinking agents and the silent hovering spheres remained etched in my memory, a constant reminder of that inexplicable experience during my night shifts. Eventually things returned to normal, but I never forgot. Here's the rewritten test. I'm Jake, and I explore abandoned places. Not for cheap thrills, but because I'm fascinated by forgotten sites with untold stories. That October night near Fallon, Nevada changed everything. The missile silo sat tucked away in scrubland, a few miles outside town. Fenced off but not exactly secure, its concrete opening gaped like a wound leading deep underground. Late afternoon painted the sky orange, a dry chill hanging in the air as I parked my truck on a distant dirt road. Walking toward the entrance, silence pressed against my ears. Only the crunch of my boots broke the stillness. Cracked concrete walls with faded graffiti surrounded me. Leaning over the edge, I peered into a darkness that seemed bottomless. My phone's flashlight penetrated just a few feet, revealing a stale, cool atmosphere untouched for years. I prepared carefully, rigging a rope harness to lower myself for a closer look. Something flickered in the shadows, a faint glow like a phone or lantern light. I hesitated, then dismissed it as a sun reflection or my imagination. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Descending about 20 feet, I noticed the walls were damp. A musty smell of old metal and earth filled my lungs. The previous glow had vanished, but my flashlight caught something unexpected. A series of lights flickering deeper in the shaft. Completely quiet now, I wondered about those spheres. Just inexplicable moments that keep me glancing over my shoulder. Always watching. The lights were blue and white, pulsing unevenly like lanterns. When I called out, my voice bounced strangely off the concrete walls, met with absolute silence. Something felt off about being so close to an unknown presence without any response. My heart raced as I climbed back up, though I couldn't explain why. The wind grew stronger, darkening the sky. I scanned the area but found no trace of another person, no footprints, no vehicles, no lights anywhere. Back at my truck, I discovered my phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in remote areas. But the radio was completely dead. No static, no buzz, just pure silence when I turned it on. Driving homeward on the 2-lane road, only starlight and a distant glow from Fallon broke the darkness. Suddenly, my dashboard started flickering. The gauges acted strange for a moment, and the radio unexpectedly came to life, not with music or talk, but a low electrical hum that faded almost instantly. My apartment looked exactly the same. Clothes scattered, books piled on the table. Nothing seemed out of place. But something new waited in my mailbox. A single photograph with a chilling handwritten note on the back reading, "We're not buried that deep." The photo was a grainy black and white aerial shot of the silo from that night. And there I was, my silhouette, standing at the concrete, E-rim, hands resting, looking down. I live alone on the second floor in a locked apartment, with only the landlord having a spare key. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I returned to the silo with friends and alone, but found nothing unusual. No lights, no sounds, no evidence of anyone else. The area remained unnaturally quiet. A week later, driving past the silo at dusk, the mystery lingered, unexplained and unsettling. The night was quiet on the dock, just after midnight. I'm Lisa Moreno, and I live in a small cabin near Ashford, Washington, about as remote as you can get without vanishing completely. My hobby, or maybe obsession, is recording strange things that don't quite make sense. I was out filming, the lake so still it seemed to swallow every sound. Thick clouds blocked the moon, and the air felt heavy with approaching rain. I'd been watching for those weird lights I'd noticed over the past few nights. Last week, while messing around with my phone's camera, I first saw them, faint glimmers flickering over the water, in patterns that defied explanation. Not planes, not bats, not fireflies. Just small orbs hovering and zipping in ways that made no sense. I wanted to capture them on video, not to prove anything, but simply because they were so strange. That night, I got some footage. The lights pulsed in, a loose circle above the lake, sometimes darting up and down with what seemed like deliberate movement. No sound, just pure silence. The next morning, I showed the video to some friends. Just like before, my truck's radio died. As the sunset faded, that familiar low, steady hum started. I stepped outside into air that felt heavy, with the usual evening cicadas strangely quiet. Just beyond the tree line, I saw that faint glow again, not moving fast, just hover, ing low, flickering between blue and white. It wasn't a helicopter or plane. No wings, no sound. I wanted to call out, but words stuck in my throat. After a few minutes, the light dimmed and vanished into the night as if it had never existed. I went home, locked every door, triple-checked the windows, and didn't sleep well for days. Since then, weird things haven't stopped completely. My porch lights sometimes flicker when no one's around. My phone glitches. Strange photos appear in my gallery, just static and incomprehensible shapes. There's a photo on my doorstep, and something watching me from above the silo. I had been tracking something strange near the lake, capturing odd clips that I showed to my friend Jamie over coffee. While he's more into hiking than unusual phenomena, he suggested it might be a drone phenomena, but the movements didn't feel mechanical, and drones don't typically hide in fog like that. My attempts to gather better footage continued, and strange occurrences began to pile up. One night while editing video, the power flickered subtly. The lights dimmed and went out completely for about 10 seconds, but only in my cabin. When electricity returned, my laptop had frozen despite being on battery power. Electronics started acting weird. My phone's battery drained unusually fast, and the GPS would shut off randomly. The compass would spin erratically, especially around the lake. The night before everything changed, I decided to sleep early and skip my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I had unusually locked the porch door that night. The noise wasn't a knock, but a soft, dragging shuffle across the wooden porch. Heart racing, I looked through the peephole and saw a man dressed entirely in black. Jacket, pants, boots, with his face shadowed. He stood motionless, staring dire. Cattily at the door when I whispered, "Who are you?" There was no response. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor, a photo he had dropped. Cracking the door open, I retrieved the faded, yellowed photograph. It was an old picture of me as a child, maybe 6 or 7, smiling in the blue jacket my mom bought that winter. When I looked up, the man had vanished without a trace. No footsteps, no sign of movement. The back was blank, adding to the unsettling mystery of that night. I worked the night shift at a gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a little place on the highway where drivers stop for coffee, snacks, or to fill up before heading into the woods or on long stretches of road. My name's Tyler, and I'm not someone who buys into weird stuff, or at least I wasn't before that night. It was a Tuesday in early October. The weather had been gloomy all day, with low grey clouds and light drizzle. The night had settled into a cold that sneaks into your jacket, making you wish you'd grabbed a hoodie. The kind of night where the wind hums through the trees just right, and everything feels a little empty. About 3 hours into my shift, the bell on the door jingled. 2 men walked in together, almost perfectly identical. Same height, same build, same dark hair slicked back, wearing black suits that looked like they'd come from some old-fashioned tailor. They moved slowly and deliberately, like they were in no hurry but knew exactly where they were going. After that night, strange things started happening. My phone would light up with calls from unknown numbers, never answered, never leaving a message. Lights on the lake flickered, and I felt watched, even inside the cabin. One evening, I heard a soft tapping on the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside, just in case. I don't know if the man was connected to the lights or the weird glitches. I don't know why he had that photo or what he wanted to tell me, but something changed in me. I started paying attention to things I hadn't before. The way the fog rolls in too quickly. The way the power sometimes blinks in half a house. The quiet moments when the world feels paused, like it's holding its breath. Sometimes when I look out over the lake at night, I think I see shapes moving just beyond the trees. The photo remains on my desk right next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Not yet. 2 men walked into the store, standing motionless in front of the counter like statues. Their movements were precise, their demeanor unnaturally still. 1 pack of Marlboro, the first said in a low, flat voice. 2 black coffees, added the second. I rang up their purchase, and they placed 2 crisp $100 billion ills on the counter. Their transaction was mechanical. No thanks, no small talk. As they collected their items, a strange sensation washed over me. A cold, metallic smell filled the air, different from anything I'd experienced before. It wasn't unpleasant, just intensely unnatural, like the scent preceding a thunderstorm, but sharper and more pronounced. Just before leaving, the first man turned slightly and whispered, The sky is safer when it's empty. Confused, I asked, "What?" He simply nodded and walked out with his companion, the door swinging shut behind them. The odd smell lingered, transforming the store's familiar warmth into something tense and sharp. I tried to dismiss it as just another strange encounter, maybe with some local cult members or eccentrics, but over the next few nights, peculiar things began happening. The sky became unnaturally clear, pitch black with no clouds or stars, as if someone had extinguished all light above. Street lamps flickered, casting shadows that seemed disconnected from their sources. Once, I could have sworn I saw a dark shape moving between the pine trees in the parking lot. The mysterious encounter refused to fade from my mind, hanging in the air like that unexplained cold scent. The nights blurred together after those men came through. Strange things started happening, small details that didn't quite add up. One night, the gas station security camera caught something odd. The two black cars that usually sat empty in the far corner of the parking lot suddenly vanished. When the cameras cut to static for exactly 33 seconds and then returned, the cars were back as if nothing had happened. I mentioned this to the manager, but he just told me to reset the system and forget about it. Soon I started hearing soft sounds outside, a low humming like a machine idling far away. Every time I stepped out to investigate, nothing moved. No headlights, no people. Then came the night I saw something unusual just above the treetops. A pale, round light gliding smoothly across the sky. Not like a plane or helicopter, too fluid, almost ethereal. It disappeared behind the clouds after a minute, leaving the sky darker than before. When I told my co-workers, they laughed it off as fog or airplane lights. But the night was clear, with no fog at all. A week later, while closing up, the bell jingled. My heart raced, but it was just a woman grabbing a soda before heading home. Still, something felt different. The store seemed to be waiting, anticipating something. The weirdest night came near 4 a.m. a cold. Strong wind rattled the building's siding as I wiped down the counters. There they were, the two men in black suits, with slick hair and blank faces. They walked straight to the coupe, neater, silent. That cold smell returned, thick and heavy. The first man spoke quietly, almost like a warning. The sky is safer when it's empty. I wanted to ask what he meant, but my throat was dry. I just nodded, feeling trapped in a dream. They handed me a thick, unmarked envelope. "Keep it safe." Then they left without another word. I didn't open the envelope right away. When I finally did, it was just a few pages. It was a cool, crisp autumn night when everything changed. I'd been driving home from a late shift at the hospital, cruising through the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa. The road was mostly empty, with trees lining the highway barely visible in my headlights' dim glow. A little fog rolled in, softening the road's edges. About halfway through the drive, something strange caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just fog playing tricks, but then the sky started lighting up with a weird swirling glow. Not lightning, not fireworks. More like colored bands of light, shifting and twisting. Greens and blues mostly, pulsing and flickering with their own rhythm. I'd seen northern lights and storms before, but this was different. Quieter. I slowed down and pulled over onto the shoulder, stepping out of my car. Cold air hit me, fog curling around my boots. The whole sky above was dancing with that strange light. It felt hypnotic, like electricity hung thick in the air, though I could barely hear anything except the faint rustling of trees. When I tried to record it on my phone, the screen flickered and the camera wouldn't focus right. After a few seconds, the lights started to fade, melting away like nothing had happened. Since that night, I keep an eye on the sky during my shifts at the gas station. Blurry photos remain, shots of strange lights and long shadows see, passed over the trees nearby. I don't expect those men to return, but sometimes when the wind picks up and the night goes quiet, I swear something is watching from the treetops. That cold smell comes back now and then, usually right before the sky seems to go a little darker than it should. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. I pulled into my driveway about 20 minutes later, parking as usual. Something immediately caught my eye. My windshield had words scratched across the driver's side. At first, I thought it was just a smear or dirt caught in the glass. The etching was fresh, like someone had used a key or something sharp just minutes ago. Then I noticed the black sedan parked down the street, maybe 50 yards away. No markings, no headlights, but the engine was running softly in the quiet night. No one was inside. I stood on my porch staring at the car and wondering if this was some kind of prank or if I'd imagined everything. Not wanting to investigate, I went inside and locked the door. The next morning, I shared the story with my neighbors. Nobody had seen anything, and no one knew about the black car. The police promised to keep an eye out, but didn't seem particularly concerned. Strange occurrences continued over the next few days. I'd catch glimpses of the black car parked down the street, always with its engine running and always empty. Sometimes it would vanish when I looked away, only to reappear a block or two down the road. Odd sounds began haunting the nights, low humming like a transformer, but with no nearby equipment. The sound was faint and seemed to come from the woods behind my house. Then, one night around 3 a.m., a bright, tea-white light flooded my bedroom, unlike any street lamp or passing headlights. It was steady and pure, making the room glow like midday. Heart pounding, I sat up and looked outside. The street was empty. The black car had disappeared. The neighborhood had been acting strange lately. It started with a thick fog hanging low around the trees and an eerie silence on the street. I went outside to check where the black car had been, but it was gone without a trace. The next morning, a chilling message appeared on the old maple tree in my front yard. 2 words were scratched into the bark. "Stop watching." I kept this to myself, thinking it might be some local kid playing a prank. But the handwriting was identical to the previous message on my windshield, jagged yet deliberate. I started asking around the neighborhood. A few neighbors mentioned strange lights in the sky, though no one could explain them. Something felt off. A strange sensation of being watched crept over me. It wasn't like someone was physically hiding or spying. This felt different, a presence just beyond my perception. Shadows danced in street lamps that didn't belong to me. Late at night, a faint glow would sometimes appear behind the tree line. I stopped going outside after dark. One night, I thought I heard footsteps in the leaves near my back door. Peeking through the blinds revealed nothing but an empty yard. Wind-blown branches scratched against the window, adding to the unnerving atmosphere. Communication became difficult. My phone's battery died unexpectedly, despite being fully charged. The signal was weak, like I was in a dead zone, even though my house normally had perfect reception. Time itself seemed to warp. Hours passed strangely, with minutes seemingly jumping forward without explanation. Then, weeks after everything began, the black car returned. It rolled slowly down the street, headlights off, engine silent. Stopping directly in front of my house, it sat motionless for a long minute. No one emerged. My heart raced as I stared back, and then just as suddenly, it disappeared into the fog. As quickly as it all started, everything stopped. The messages ceased. The mysterious lights vanished. The black car never returned, and I was left wondering what had really happened. The night was crisp and cold, far chillier than I'd anticipated when the sun slipped below the horizon. I was out at Devil's Ridge, a secluded spot near Flagstaff, Arizona, that I discovered while hiking a couple years back. My mission was simple: capture the stars. The landscape was silent save for occasional wind whistling through pine needles and scrub. I'd set up my camera gear, tripod, lenses, and phone about an hour after sunset, perfectly timed to catch the Milky Way emerging. As I adjusted aperture and checked exposure, the sky transformed into a stunning canvas of darkness studded with stars. That's when I saw it. On the ridge across the small valley, a figure stood motionless on a narrow rock outcrop. Completely black, silhouetted against the starry backdrop, it was like a statue. No movement, no discernible features, just a shape. I assumed it was another late-night photographer or hiker, though the location was incredibly remote. I called out softly, "Hey, you okay over there?" Silence. A second attempt, slightly louder, yielded nothing. Then, in an instant, the figure simply vanished. Not walked away, not hidden, but completely disappeared, as if switched off. Unease mixed with curiosity. Was it a trick of the light? A product of imagination? The darkness played strange games out here. I tried to refocus on my original task, returning my attention to the star-filled sky. Now, drivvy. Engine home late or sitting alone outside, that same quiet watching feeling sometimes returns. A soft pressure on my neck. The scratches on my windshield have faded, but questions remain. Who or what was out there? What did they mean when they said, "Look up less"? Something was present that night. Something I still can't fully explain. My job as a security guard at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, isn't your typical 9 to 5. People around here know this place is different. A spot everyone whispers about, but nobody discusses openly. It's classified, strictly off-limits to civilians. During my midnight to 8 a.m. shift, something strange happened. My hands were shaking slightly when my phone rang with an unfamiliar number, just a random string of digits. Most people would ignore such a call, but something compelled me to answer. The voice was chilling. Low and distorted, it said just 3 words: "We're watching." My heart raced as I stared at the phone. The cold air seemed to press against me, making me uncertain whether to stay put or flee. Was this a prank? The voice suggested otherwise. I decided to drive home, taking long, winding desert roads. The radio buzzed with static, and shadows seemed to dance around me. More than once, I caught glimpses of phantom headlights in my rearview mirror, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. Back home, I checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Everything seemed normal. The next day, I returned to Devil's Ridge with friends, searching for any sign of disturbance. We found nothing. No footprints, no disrupted ground. That night, something moved between the trees across the street. I thought it might be a neighbor or an animal, but when I looked again, nothing remained. Since then, I've returned to Devil's Ridge multiple times. I never saw that figure again, but I constantly feel what? Head. An unseen pressure lingers, like eyes just beyond my perception. Occasionally, my phone lights up with unrecognized numbers. When I answer, only silence greets me. I can't explain what happened. All I know is that out there in the darkness, something was definitely paying attention. Night shifts can be monotonous, especially in security. Most of the time, nothing happens. But 2 weeks ago, something changed. The security room was quiet, with only machine hums and distant wind sounds. Monitors glowed softly in the dimmed light. Around 3 a.m., I was doing my usual routine, scanning camera feeds around the base's perimeter. One camera view caught my eye. It showed a road section about half a mile from the main gates, a spot typically empty at night where occasional trespassers might try sneaking around. At exactly 3:02 a.m., a nondescript black sedan from the late 90s or early 2000s pulled up without headlights. What happened next was bizarre. 2 men emerged from the car, moving in an unnaturally smooth way, almost like they were gliding slightly above the ground. Their movements defied normal human motion. They stood side by side, scanning the horizon with an eerie, rigid stillness. No blinking, no typical head movements, just an unsettling, frozen observation of the surroundings. The most striking detail was their shadows, or rather, the complete absence of them. Despite streetlights behind them, no shadows fell on the pavement or nearby rocks. Their shapes remained clear and distinct. Just as I was leaning closer to examine the strange scene, my walkie-talkie crackled. Another guard asked if I was seeing what he was seeing. I confirmed the details about the car and mysterious men. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the 2 figures glided back toward the car, their feet seemingly not touching the ground. The vehicle moved forward without headlight, geets, and vanished into the darkness. When I attempted to rewind and analyze the footage, the feed abruptly cut out. All monitors blinked off momentarily, then returned with normal daytime recordings from earlier. The entire 3 a.m. sequence had disappeared, leaving only questions. My shift at the base was anything but ordinary that night. A camera feed went missing, and despite reporting it to my supervisor, I was told to focus on routine patrols, but something felt off. I asked around, but the other guards either hadn't noticed or were reluctant to discuss it. For the next few nights, I kept a close watch on that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had vanished. The area remained eerily silent, with only the wind and distant bass hum breaking the stillness. What truly unsettled me wasn't just the missing footage, but what happened days later. Driving home on the same stretch of road, I spotted a car parked on the side with no lights on. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but found no one inside. When I got closer, local residents began sharing their own strange experiences. They spoke of unusual lights near the base, bizarre noises echoing through the hills, and movements that defied explanation. These weren't typical ghost stories. These people seemed genuinely concerned. I can't explain exactly what I witnessed that night. Was it a military test or something entirely different? The way those men moved, the vanishing shadows, the disappeared footage, none of it felt normal. I continue working at the base, monitoring the cameras. The 3 a.m. feed now has extra security, and on quiet nights, when the wind moves just right, I sense watchful eyes from the dark hills surrounding the base. My name is Claire, a graphic designer from Seattle who sometimes needs to escape the city's constant noise. Late October brought me to the CA. Scades, hiking between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass on an overcast day with that distinctive damp forest smell lingering from recent rain. Around noon I started my hike, planning to cover 5 or 6 miles before turning back. The trail was mostly empty, which suited me perfectly. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye just off the path near some ferns, a black briefcase sitting upright on the dirt as if carefully placed, with no markings or logos. I was hiking the trail, alone and quiet, when I spotted a briefcase. It was plain and black, with a scratched-up surface that looked like it had been dragged across rough ground. Locked tight with no visible way to open it, the case reminded me of hard-shell camera gear containers. I tried jiggling the handle, shaking it a bit, but it wouldn't budge. Thinking someone might have dropped it, I left it where it was and continued walking. But gradually, something felt off. The forest around me changed. The air grew heavier. Sounds became muted. Bird chirps and leaf rustlings seemed distant, like someone had turned down the world's volume. I wondered if I was imagining things. When I looked back, the briefcase was gone. Completely vanished. No footprints, no crushed vegetation, nothing to suggest it had ever been there. I tried to shake off the weird feeling and continued my hike. Strange things started happening in the days that followed. I felt constantly watched, though nobody was ever there. My phone began acting weird, battery draining quickly, calls filled with static, screen flickering unexpectedly, small occurrences but unsettling. A few days later, I returned to the trailhead to clear my head. As I walked the path, I noticed a man standing at the parking lot's edge. He wore a crisp black suit and tie, with short, neatly combed dark hair. But his eyes were what truly unnerved me, hollow and empty, like vacant sockets with nothing behind them. He stood motionless, watching me start down the trail. When I turned back, hoping he might speak, he simply walked away, his footsteps silent on the gravel. Something about him seemed connected to the mysterious briefcase, though I couldn't explain how or why. I cover local news for the Melrose Gazette, mostly city council meetings and county fairs. But the story about the crop circle felt different, like something was pulling me to investigate. I wasn't supposed to be out there that night, but the weirdness was too compelling to ignore. Just after dusk, I arrived at the farm on the outskirts of Melrose, Nebraska. The sky hung heavy with mist rolling in from the Platte River. A recent rain had made the dirt road slick, with cornfields stretching like dark shadows on both sides. Tall stalks brushed against low clouds, and the air carried a damp scent mixed with something metallic I couldn't quite place. I parked near the field's edge and grabbed my camera and notepad. My editor had given me the go-ahead for a quick piece. The farmer, Hank, seemed uneasy but allowed me to walk the path through the crops. The circle was massive, about 50 feet wide, with perfect rings and lines pressed into the corn. Every stalk was bent, not broken, as if created with a precise stencil. The ground remained wet, and the crops showed no signs of wilting. The first strange thing was the absolute silence. It was one of those moments where the world simply stopped making noise. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in the mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were eerily quiet. My phone battery dropped rapidly, plummeting from 70% to 20% in less than 10 minutes, though I hadn't been using it much. In less than 10 minutes. Later, when I returned to the spot, I found nothing. No trace of the briefcase or any sign of disturbance. I never saw the man again in person, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of someone standing just beyond my vision. Someone in a black suit with those same empty eyes. What was in the briefcase? Why did it disappear? I have no answers. Just a strange feeling that something was watching, waiting, or trying to communicate in a way I can't comprehend. I stood in the cornfield, the mist thick and swirling around me. Tall stalks blocked my view, creating a claustrophobic barrier at the field's edge. Suddenly, footsteps behind me made my heart race. I spun around, but nothing was there, just corn moving softly in the breeze. Then came the voices, low, calm male tones just beyond my hearing. I moved toward the sound, trying to locate its source. Through the fog, 2 men in black suits materialized. Their shoes were polished, even in the muddy field, clearly out of place in this nighttime landscape. One of them fixed me with a direct gaze and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" The words cut through the silence. Confused, I asked what he meant. They remained silent, the second man staring with unreadable dark eyes. My skin crawled as they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading like ghosts into the mist. When dawn came, I returned with the farmer and deputies. The crop circle had vanished completely. No trampled corn, no footprints, no evidence of machinery, just standing stalks as if nothing had ever happened. I still have the photos from that night. The mist looks thicker in them, almost like a curtain hiding some unknown truth. I don't often discuss what occurred. The strange encounter haunts me. Was it a dream or something beyond explanation? Sometimes when thick mist rolls over Melrose, I hear that awing question, and I realize I still don't know the answer. It started innocently enough. One Tuesday night around 11 p.m., I noticed a black sedan parked across the street from my house. At first I thought it might just be someone visiting a neighbor. The neighborhood was silent, broken only by the occasional car passing by. A sleek sedan sat perfectly parallel to the curb, its windows completely blacked out, clean and unmarked, no license plates. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look, but the driver remained motionless. Engine off, not a hint of movement. At first I thought nothing of it. Maybe someone was waiting for a friend. But when the same car returned the next night, parked in the exact same spot, I began to wonder. I asked my neighbor Tim if he'd noticed anything unusual. He hadn't. Over the next week, the car became a nightly fixture, never moving, never making a sound. An unsettling presence that grew more intense with each passing night. From my living room window, I watched. The tinted windows revealed nothing, but I was certain someone was inside, watching me. This all started a couple of weeks earlier, during a late-night drive on State Route 42. The highway cuts through the town's edge, mostly empty after dark. I'd pulled over at a roadside overlook to stretch my legs. The night was clear, stars bright, with a slight chill in the air. While scrolling through old photos on my phone, I looked up and saw something extraordinary. Hovering about 50 feet above the highway's center line was a dark, smooth, rounded shape. No wings, no helicopter or plane features. No blinking lights, no sound, just suspended in midair. I tried to take pictures, but it was difficult. The object seemed to absorb light, blurring its edges against the night sky. Streetlights flickered as if struggling with some unseen power. It was eerily strange. After a few minutes, Utes. It drifted slowly to the right, over the trees, and vanished as silently as it had appeared. I drove home, an uneasy feeling of being watched lingering throughout the journey. Days later, the black sedan began its nightly vigil outside my house. The silence grew heavy. Windows blacked out, no lights, but definitely watching. I tried to rationalize it, but deep down, I knew something was not right. I was out chasing a storm in the Oklahoma plains late April, the kind that tests storm chasers like me. I've been doing this for years, mostly freelance now, picking up work for local news and weather sites. Nothing fancy. The sedan first appeared about a week after I took those photos. At first, I thought it might just be a coincidence, someone staking out the neighborhood. But why me? I didn't have enemies, didn't owe anyone money, hadn't been in any fights. The only thing different was the photos I'd taken. I kept those photos to myself, didn't show anyone, not friends, not family, just saved them on my phone. Something made me hold on to them, though I'd considered deleting them more than once. One night I stepped outside to smoke and saw the sedan was there again, just like always. Through the tinted windows, I caught a shadow moving, a slight shift. The driver slowly turning his head, watching me. I swallowed hard and went back inside, locking the door and checking the windows. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Around 9 p.m., not a normal knock. Soft and deliberate, like someone trying to avoid noise while still getting my attention. I opened the door a crack to find a man in a black suit, perfectly pressed, no tie. He looked ordinary, but something about his demeanor was off. Too calm. No smile, no greeting. He just handed me a plain business card with a single line printed in black ink. Forget the pictures. His whispered words hung in the air. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No car, no one in sight. The card felt unnaturally smooth. I wanted to throw it away, but instead tucked it into my pocket. After that night, the black sedan disappeared, but the photos remained on my phone. Now, in dark, quiet moments, I catch myself looking out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I'm unsure whether I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. Something is watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. The storm was brewing northwest of Tulsa, the sky a menacing blend of dark gray and green that felt electrically charged. I was out storm chasing, my truck parked on a gravel shoulder, camera mounted on a tripod, Dust whipped around me as I filmed the funnel cloud tearing across the flat landscape. My usual focus was on the storm's details: swirling dust, distant lightning, the twisting clouds, swirling dust, distant lightning, the twisting clouds, but something caught my eye. A faint shimmer just above the funnel's tip. At first glance, I thought it might be debris, but this was different. Smooth, precise. Zooming in, I saw a metallic object hovering near the storm, oval-shaped, about the size of a small car. It moved with an unnatural deliberateness, not spinning, not tumbling, just hanging there, almost as if observing the storm's edge. My heart raced as I kept filming. The wind intensified, and rain started to spit. For maybe 2 minutes, this strange object lingered before fading into the clouds. As the funnel shifted direction, I packed up quickly and headed back to town, my mind racing. That night, I uploaded the footage to YouTube and shared it on storm chasing forums. By morning, the video had gone viral. Tens of thousands of views sparked wild speculation: drone, light reflection, something else entirely. The next day brought an unexpected twist. A strange phone call came from an unrecognized number. The caller, claiming to be an insurance agent, asked about potential wind-related brain damage. The conversation felt scripted, clinical, definitely not a typical insurance call. I wasn't sure what to make of any of it. The video, the object, the mysterious phone call. Something didn't add up. I was hiking alone one Saturday afternoon in the Bitterroot National Forest in Montana. It was early October, with leaves just starting to turn and a crisp edge to the air. Winter wasn't far off, but not quite here yet. I'd chosen a less popular trail, hoping for some quiet and maybe good photos of the changing trees. The day started normally enough. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, distant streams bubbled in the background. But halfway through my hike, as I crossed a small ridge and descended into a hollow, something shifted. The forest went completely silent. Not just quiet, but eerily silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire landscape. Then, things got strange. My YouTube channel was intact, but the video I'd recorded vanished without a trace. No takedown notice, no explanation. When I tried uploading my backup copy, it wouldn't process. I asked around in forums, and others who had saved or shared the footage reported similar issues. Files corrupted or mysteriously deleted. Weird occurrences started happening after that. My phone would beep randomly with no notifications. When I looked up, I'd catch strange reflections or quick flashes in the clouds. Nothing solid, just fleeting glimpses of something trying to stay hidden. One night, driving home from a diner, my radio cut out completely for 5 full minutes. No static. No sound at all. Even though the engine ran normally, I checked my car the next day. Nothing seemed wrong. Someone called about potential exposure, saying it was routine for high-risk weather events. When I asked who they were, the line went silent and they hung up. I tried calling back, but the number was disconnected. Weeks passed. No official contacted me about the footage or requested an interview. I still chase storms, but I'm more cautious now. I keep my distance from funnels and anything that gets too close. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. The metallic shape, the mysterious call, the vanishing video, but the memory of that shimmer above the funnel cloud remains burned in my mind. I can't explain what I saw. I just know it wasn't part of any storm I'd encountered before. No sound of birds, no wind rustling through trees, no movement in the brush. The stream's distant murmur had vanished. Standing still, I surveyed the surroundings. The air felt unnaturally calm, almost suffocating. I tried dismissing the eerie silence as a weird atmospheric pocket or a rare moment of woodland stillness, but the forest seemed to be holding its breath, pressing against me with an unsettling weight. In the clearing ahead, something caught my eye. From a distance, it looked like a black tarp or equipment. Drawing closer, I realized it was a helicopter, matte black, unmarked. The chopper remained motionless except for its slowly spinning blades, emitting a low mechanical humming unlike any rescue or ranger helicopter I'd encountered. Beneath it, 3 figures stood in a tight, rigid line. They were completely immobile. No movement, no discernible features, just black shapes, statue-like in their stillness. Frozen, I struggled to comprehend the scene. My brain urged me to move, to retreat, but my body remained Ned-rooted. Hands trembling, I raised my camera and snapped a few pictures. Moments later, the helicopter glided silently over the treetops, disappearing. The figures vanished simultaneously, leaving no trace. A chill ran through me despite the warm air. I hurried from the clearing toward the trailhead, heart racing. The next week seemed ordinary until Monday morning. During my 25-minute commute, a black SUV with tinted windows and no visible plates began following me. I tried losing it through various turns, but the vehicle persistently remained. At a red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out and spoke. "Forests don't like witnesses." I started the podcast almost 2 years ago, mostly as a side project. My name is Jamie Taus, and I live in Asheville, North Carolina. I've always been into weird stories, especially the kind people write off as conspiracy or urban legend. Nothing crazy, just local mysteries, odd disappearances, things that don't quite add up. Last month I put out an episode about a UFO sighting from the 1970s that's been unsolved and mostly forgotten. Walt, a trucker, claimed he saw some strange lights hovering over a stretch of highway near Cherokee, then lost time. The official records are thin, and most locals treat it like a campfire tale. I found some old audio interviews and pieced it together. The episode got more listens than anything I'd done before. The day after it dropped, I started getting weird voicemails on my podcast number. At first, they were just static bursts, the kind you get with a bad connection. Then after a few days, the static started breaking up, and I could hear something else underneath. A deep, distorted voice repeating the phrase, "Turn back the signal," over and over. No name, no message, just those words. I thought it was a prank at first. I mean, who would do that? But the voicemails kept coming. NG. His voice was low and calm, but there was something about it that unsettled me more than the words themselves. I didn't answer. The light turned green, and I pulled away. The SUV kept its distance, but followed for another few miles before disappearing. I couldn't shake that phrase. What did he mean? Was it some kind of warning? I tried to tell myself it was a joke or some random line, but it stuck with me. Over the next few days, I kept an eye out for the SUV, but it never showed again. Still, I felt like I was being watched. My phone battery started dying faster than usual, and sometimes I'd catch flickers of movement in the corners of my eyes. Shadows that vanished when I looked directly. I thought maybe I was just stressed or tired. But the memory of that silent clearing and the helicopter stayed with me, and the three figures standing so still, like they belonged to some other world I wasn't meant to see. I never went back to that part of the forest. I don't know if I'll ever figure out what was really happening that day. But sometimes when the wind is low and the trees stand quiet, I still feel like those black shapes are watching from somewhere out there. The calls started coming almost daily, always at night, always with the same eerie phrase. Sometimes the static would flare up so loud it rattled my phone. No caller ID, no trace. My friends laughed when I told them. They thought it was just part of the spooky podcast trend or some troll's idea of fun, but something felt wrong. About a week after the episode went live, I woke up to find all my recording equipment vanished. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, and headphones, everything I used for the podcast had disappeared. Living alone on the town's edge meant no housemates or easy access for anyone else. Nothing was broken or forced. It was as if someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. What truly unnerved me was what I found outside my front door. A single microphone, one of the old handheld mics I use for interviews, sat precisely centered on the welcome mat. When I picked it up, I noticed a word carved into the metal body near the base. Silence. I'm not sure how I managed to stay calm. The police dismissed it as a bizarre burglary. They couldn't explain the missing equipment or the mic left so deliberately. No signs of forced entry meant they were essentially shrugging it off. After that, the voicemails stopped, but paranoia consumed me. I watched shadows in my apartment, double-checked locks, jumped at every sound. I shut down the podcast, deleted the episode about Walt, hoping to end whatever was happening, but something else began. When recording ambient sounds, playback would reveal static and low whispers layered underneath. I wiped my phone and computer, reinstalled everything, but the interference persisted. The silence felt heavy, watching. Last night, a soft, deliberate knock came around midnight. Looking through the peephole revealed nothing. I opened the door to find a small, worn cassette tape sitting on the porch light ledge. No label, no writing. I brought it inside and played it. The low, rhythmic pulse was like a heartbeat on my old tape player. Silence dominated until the voice broke through, clearer than before. Deep and calm, yet chilling. I turned off the signal, my heart racing. Now I'm writing, trying to make sense of everything. The gear is gone. My phone crackles with bursts of static. The microphone sits cold and silent on my desk, and I'm lost about what to do next. It was just another evening flight. Around 7 p.m. I took off from the municipal strip near Missoula. The weather was good, scattered sea, louds, no turbulence. My ride was a 1974 Piper Cherokee, a four-seater I co-owned with Pete from the flying club. Nothing special, just a solid plane we keep in a shared hangar. Fall flying is my favorite. The air feels smoother at dusk. I followed protocol, filed the VFR flight plan, got clearance, completed all checks. Completely routine. About 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over the Rock Creek foothills, something caught my eye off the left wing. At first, I thought it was another aircraft. Metallic, round, about 200 feet away, moving parallel, not overtaking, just matching my path. I considered a drone, but it was too large and high. The shape was bizarre, like a coin seen edge-on. No visible propulsion, no lights, no markings. And the silence, it was different from the usual cockpit noise. Unnervingly smooth movement that made the silence even more pronounced. For maybe 15 seconds it kept pace. Then, without warning, it shot upward at a sharp angle and vanished into the clouds. I radioed ATC reporting my position and the unidentified aircraft. Just the facts, no drama. The controller's response was strange. They showed no traffic in my area and no primary radar hits. Unusual even in a low-traffic zone. I finished the flight normally, logged my time, and filed a standard report. Just another evening in the sky. I've been flying for over 30 years, and I know how things can get lost in the system. So when I noticed a possible unauthorized aircraft and no one followed up, I didn't think much of it. A week passed, then two. No calls, no emails, not even a note from the FAA rep. Then something strange happened. I checked the online flight log and my entire report had vanished, not edited or modified, completely gone, like it was never submitted. I went to the hangar or find the paper copy, but that folder was missing too. Pete swore he hadn't touched it. I called the FAA field office hoping to get some clarity. The guy on the phone acted like I was making things up. He claimed there was no report attached to my flight and nothing unusual logged. When I asked him to double-check, he paused and then suggested I might be misremembering. Something in his tone made me stop pushing. 3 weeks later, I arrived at the hangar early on a Sunday morning. It was quiet and empty. As I was unlocking the gate to the tarmac, I spotted a black rental car parked on the gravel. Two men in black suits stood beside it, not talking, just facing the hangars like they were waiting. They looked identical, late 30s, clean-shaven, pale, same build, same short haircut. It felt odd, almost like cousins, deliberately trying to look alike. As soon as I opened the hangar door halfway, they started walking towards me with a synchronized, steady pace. One of them spoke first, his voice flat and mechanical. "Mr. Wilcox, you recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. We're here to follow up." I was stunned. The report was gone. Nobody had acknowledged it. "Who are you with?" I asked. The night was cold but not snowy, typical of early February in Spokane Valley. Around 12:45 a.m., I was out walking Benny, my shepherd mix, on a dry sidewalk near Pines and 16. Our neighborhood was quiet. Ranch-style houses, older trees, minimal late-night traffic. If Benny doesn't get his last walk, he'll pace all night, so this was routine. 2 winters later, the memory still haunts me. 2 men approached me after the incident, their smiles wide but not welcoming. "We're contractors," one said, emphasizing misfiled data in a way that suggested intentionality. They asked about my well-being since the event. Any dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinati, ahs. I denied everything, but they didn't seem convinced. They spoke about residual effects, how pilots sometimes misinterpret visual artifacts as weather phenomena or debris. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon or random debris. Their response was measured. The second man glanced toward the hangar before suggesting a short leave from flying, just a few weeks to let things settle. "No one's filed anything," I argued. "Not yet," came the reply. Then the first man looked at me and said, "Still chasing the sky, huh?" Chippy, my stomach dropped. That nickname, my grandfather's, wasn't documented anywhere. Not on my license, social media, or any official record. They left without another word, their car pulling away silently. That night, I checked everything. Emails, notes, cloud backups, every trace of the original report had vanished. My laptop's local copy was now a blank document. The file name the only remnant. Pete later mentioned seeing the same car idling near the tree line the next evening. I haven't flown since. I was walking with Benny when he suddenly stopped and stared straight up. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe he'd spotted a bird or an owl, but when I looked up I realized something was different. What I saw wasn't a plane. I know aircraft, and this was something else entirely. A massive black triangle hung in the sky, with just 3 faint white lights marking its corners. It moved impossibly slowly, gliding without a sound or any disturbance. No engine noise, no wind, just this massive object drifting overhead maybe 200 feet up. The world went unnaturally quiet. Not just the object, but everything around us. My footsteps vanished. Benny's breathing stopped. It felt like someone had turned down the universe's volume control. The dog didn't bark, just sat completely still, watching until T thing disappeared behind the northern tree line. When I tried to capture it on my phone, the screen was frozen. It only started working about half a minute after the object vanished. I didn't mention this to anyone the next day, chalking it up to a military experiment or an unrecognized drone. 2 days later, strange events began. On a Tuesday night, I woke suddenly. That inexplicable wide-awake feeling that sometimes happens for no reason. Walking to check the thermostat, I noticed something odd through the living room window. A black sedan was idling across the street in front of the Wilkins house. An older model with chrome trim, its lights on but dim. At precisely 3:17 a.m., the headlights performed a slow, deliberate fade. One quick signal, then gone. The car then drove away smoothly, turning the corner and disappearing. But the next night, and the nights following, the same scenario repeated. Always 3:17 a.m. Always the same car. Always that single, mysterious headlight flash. For nights, the car parked across from my house. Sometimes near the Wilkins, sometimes closer to the Morgans, but always directly opposite my home. By the 5th night, unease crept in. I tried filming it, setting up my phone on a tripod in the window, recording for 20 minutes starting at 3:10. When I checked the footage the next morning, nothing, just an empty street. But I'd seen it. Once, I even waved. No response. I started asking neighbors, not the Morgans with their open blinds, not Mr. Harrington across the street, who claims his dog barks at the slightest movement. My wife didn't believe me either. Working nights at the hospital, she's never around late. When I told her, she suggested I stop watching weird documentaries before bed. So I changed. I stopped walking Benny after midnight movie, engine hour walks earlier, right after dinner, yet I kept checking the window. Night after night, the car returned. Always at 3:17, always one quick flash, always vanishing before I could reach the door. Once I called the non-emergency line, reporting a suspicious vehicle. I described the time, make, model, and pattern. They promised to send a cruiser, did they? I'm not sure. Nothing changed. About a week in, I waited outside on the porch. Lights off, hidden behind the column. Benny paced inside, uneasy about my absence. At 3:17, the car appeared again. No headlights this time, just faint running lights. It stopped directly across the street, engine running. The windows were too dark to see inside. The car looked unnaturally clean, with no front license plate. I stepped out slightly for a better view. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin man in a black suit sat motionless, staring at me. We both remained still. After maybe 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not a wave, but a flat stop signal. Then he rolled the window up and drove away without flashing lights. That was the last time I saw it. 2 summers ago, during the Passards, I drove out to a desolate spot about 30 miles east of Lander, Wyoming, on County Road 221. This was familiar territory from my fieldwork days. Nothing but scrub hills and a lone, busted windmill. It was a quiet location with zero light pollution, perfect for stargazing. My plan was simple. Park the truck off the shoulder, spread a blanket in the truck bed, and settle in with a thermos of coffee and my camera. The sky was pristine, clear, cloudless, moonless, just endless stars. I arrived earlier around 11 p.m., well before peak meteor shower activity. I've always enjoyed this kind of solitude, and the lack of cell service only enhanced the experience. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I dozed off around 12:30, and when I woke just after 2 a.m., the sky was illuminated. I grabbed my camera, setting up a basic tripod in the truck bed and clicking long exposures. Sometime after 3 a.m., something caught my eye on the road behind me. Initially, I thought it was the tripod's shadow, but this shape didn't move when I moved. About 50 feet back, a silhouette stood dead center on the road. No flashlight, no movement, just a still figure. I scanned the area, expecting to hear a car or footsteps, but nothing. This person, if it was a person, remained unnaturally motionless. I turned on my headlamp, shining it toward the figure. The beam illuminated the road, shoulder, and brush, but didn't reveal a face. The silhouette didn't react. No flinching, no shielding eyes, no stepping back. I snapped a quick photo without zooming, and the moment the shutter clicked, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the road's low slope. I got out, walked closer, and called out, thinking they might need help, but there was nothing. In the nights that followed, I kept watch. No headlights, no sounds, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the mystery. Now I still catch myself checking the street at 3:17 out of habit. Sometimes I could swear I hear a car idling down the block, but when I look, there's nothing there. I was out late watching the meteors when something caught my eye. A strange figure in the brush, just for a moment. I didn't want to chase it through the middle of nowhere, so I went back to the truck and checked the photo I'd taken. The image was unsettling. A thin, too tall figure, maybe wearing black. Its arms looked unnaturally long, and the head was oddly shaped. Not a hat, not hair. The face seemed almost featureless, like it was turned away or blurred. I tried to convince myself it was just a camera trick, but it gave me the dog creeps. The rest of the night was quiet. I watched the meteors a bit longer, and left just before dawn, pushing the weird encounter out of my mind. The next morning, everything changed. I stopped for gas at a Conoco in Riverton early around 7 a.m. Inside the empty store, I was drying my hands when the door opened. A man in a black suit walked in, mid-40s, clean-cut, pale skin, top button fastened, shoes spotless. He didn't look like he belonged there. Standing by the sinks, he said without looking at me, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed it off as a strange joke, but when he turned and our eyes met, my stomach dropped. Something was wrong with his eyes. The color seemed off, the pupils too large. "Your phone," he said flatly. "You took a picture. Give me the device." There was no threat. Inexplicably, I handed it over. He unlocked it without me telling him the code, glanced at the screen, and walked out. I followed him into the store, but he had vanished. No sound, no footsteps. The cashier continued flipping through a flyer, not even looking up. When I asked if he'd seen anyone leave, he said no one had come in. I checked the parking lot. No black car, no SUV, nothing. Just me and my truck. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Something was very wrong. My phone was in my back pocket when I realized something was wrong. I hadn't noticed anyone near me, but somehow it had been reset. Everything was gone. Camera roll, texts, downloads, wiped clean. Only my cloud-synced contacts remained. Later that night, I connected the phone to my laptop and ran recovery software. Nothing turned up. The metadata revealed a hard reset, precisely at 7:14 a.m., the exact moment I was in that gas station bathroom. I've rarely shared this story, and those I die. Detail dismissed it as a dream, but I know what happened. That stretch of road, I've never returned. It was October, and we were at Deep Creek Lake during the off-season. Most rentals were boarded up for winter, and swimming was out of the question. But I've always loved the area when it's quiet. Mallory and I had taken a simple 2-day break, staying at a small roadside motel near the state park entrance, the kind with thin walls and a single ice machine. Our first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. The boat launch area at the lake's north end had a gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were around, just us and the water. Around 11 o'clock, it was cold but not freezing. We sat on the car hood, sharing coffee from a thermos, listening to the wind and water. The far shore was barely visible, just a darker shade of black against the sky. Then something strange caught our attention. What I initially thought was fog was moving too purposefully. It wasn't drifting, it was rising from the water. We both sat up, watching. A massive shape emerged, wide, silent, lifting straight up from the lake bottom. No lights, no mechanical sounds, just this enormous dark object. Mallory asked if it was a blimp, but it wasn't. The shape was angular, like a stretched wedge with a flat underside. It rose about 50 feet and hovered, completely silent. We were frozen, unable to speak or move. The lake was eerily silent. No water dripped, no sound emerged. Suddenly something began moving. Not toward us, not away, but gliding sideways just feet above the water's surface. It slipped past the distant tree line and vanished into darkness, as if it had never existed. We sat motionless for a minute. Mallory broke the silence. We should go. We packed up, got in the car, and I spun a quick U-turn towards the exit. That's when I spotted the note folded neatly under the driver's side wiper. No one had approached. No footsteps, no lights. It definitely wasn't there when we arrived. I flicked on the wipers, and the paper fluttered to the ground. Mallory retrieved it, plain white, no envelope, printed in blocky capital letters with the words, "Keep driving next time." No signature, no personal touch. The drive back to the motel was completely silent. Early the next morning, I wandered to the lobby. The bed had been uncomfortably soft, the heater loud. The lobby was deserted except for the desk clerk and another man sitting by the fake fireplace. He wore a black suit, dark tie, pale hands, and sunglasses despite the dim light. He read a newspaper, holding it upside down, not accidentally but as if he simply didn't care. I pretended to browse the map rack, watching him turn pages still inverted. He never looked my way. After grabbing coffee, I returned to the room where Mallory was getting dressed. I described the strange man. She laughed initially, but her expression shifted when she realized I was serious. We decided to check out early. I went to warm the car while she settled the bill. When she returned, she told me the man had followed her out of the lobby, standing silently just outside the front door as she got in. He didn't speak, didn't help, just watched. He didn't seem to follow us when we left, at least. Not that we could tell. During the drive home, we barely discussed what happened. Whenever we tried to talk about it, the words felt wrong, incomplete. Mallory finally said, "Let's just get home." Last week, something strange happened with my dashcam footage. I'd accidentally left it running that night at the drive-in. When I reviewed the file, it showed the timestamp and parked location, then went completely black for 2 hours. No audio, no video, just dead air. The missing time wasn't erased. It was S, imply blank. I still keep the note in my glove compartment. The whole thing started with a paper for my modern American myth course. Dr. Luring required us to connect the myth to a real historical event, so I selected the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut. My school isn't far from the area, so I dove deep into local archives, newspaper reels, and old message boards. Most of the accounts were typical UFO fare, fuzzy lights, and second-hand stories. A few farmers mentioned their cows acting oddly. Someone claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. 2 brief mentions in old articles intrigued me most. They referenced a pair of federal men visiting locals after the sightings. The men weren't described or named, just casually mentioned. I suspected local exaggeration, but decided to investigate further. The following weekend, I emailed regional historians. Vince Halbrook suggested a microfilm archive in Springfield. I planned to visit that Friday, then Tuesday night around 8:20 p.m. While finishing notes and half-watching TV with my roommate Aaron, an email arrived. The sender was Dr. Harlan Oakes from an unfamiliar address. oakes.faculty@samfair.edu. I'd never heard of him. The subject line simply read, "Stop." The message was cryptic. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." I checked Southern University of New Hampshire's staff directory. No Dr. Harlan Oakes existed. I checked the email headers carefully. Everything seemed normal. It had passed through campus filters without any red flags. I showed the message to Aaron, who just shrugged it off. "Someone's probably messing with me," he said. Likely someone from my class who, no, WS about my research topic. Suddenly, the fire alarm blared through the entire dorm building. Loud, shrill sirens accompanied strobing red lights. Everyone trudged out into the cold, early March courtyard. Wet pavement glistened, a light wind cutting through sweats and hoodies. That's when I spotted them. 2 men standing across the street, completely motionless. They weren't talking or interacting with anyone. Both wore black suits and short black coats, dark ties crisp against the fabric. One wore sunglasses, despite the darkness. Their hands hung rigidly at their sides. No phones, no gestures. More unsettling was their gaze, fixed directly on me. I glanced around, wondering if anyone else noticed these strange figures. But students were absorbed in conversations, scrolling phones, laughing. Aaron, next to me, was deep in Instagram. When I nudged him and pointed out the men, he turned to look. In that instant, they vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Back in the dorm, I discovered the email from Dr. Party. Oakes had disappeared completely. Not an inbox, trash, sent, or archived folders. I searched my entire laptop using the subject line. Nothing. The next morning, I visited campus IT. They explained deleted messages were non-recoverable without admin access. When I provided the sender's email address, the technician returned with surprising news. The message had never passed through university servers. No record existed of any communication from that address on any domain connected to Sun. Unsettled, I changed my research paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. Something felt off. For the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the memory of those silent, watching men. I was cruising back to LA from Las Vegas, through the Mojave Desert, deep into the night with my gas tank running low. Hours had passed. Nice sunset, and the highway cut a lonely path through an endless landscape of scrub and cacti. Darkness and emptiness stretched out before me. Around 1 a.m., a figure caught my eye standing on the roadside, hand raised as if signaling for help. The scene struck me as strange. Miles of desert with no other vehicles in sight, and this solitary man in a black suit standing motionless. As I approached, something felt off. His gesture wasn't a typical hitchhiker's wave, but a rigid palm-out signal that seemed more like a warning than a plea. When I drew closer, his face was a blank canvas, devoid of expression. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what made him seem unnatural, but a chill ran through me despite the desert heat. Something about his presence felt wrong, not quite human, more like a watcher observing me with an unsettling intensity. I didn't stop. The moment I passed him, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered and went black, then reset completely. Instead of continuing to LA, it inexplicably rerouted me back to the exact spot where the man had been standing. I tried reprogramming my destination, but each attempt only led me back to that same stretch of highway. Pulling over, I tried to get a phone signal, but found nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi. It was as if I'd been completely disconnected from the world. I rebooted the car's system, but the GPS remained stubborn, insisting on sending me back to that specific location. No crickets chirped, no wind rustled. The air felt heavy, charged with an anticipation that contradicted the clear, star-filled sky. I scanned the shoulder with my headlights, but no trace of the man remained. Panic began to edge into my consciousness. Finally, I forced myself to keep driving, deliberately ignoring the GPS's persistent instructions. Something told me I needed to keep moving, to put distance between myself and that inexplicable moment. I was driving home late one Sunday night, after spending the weekend at my friend Emma's cabin up in the Cascades. Early November brought a chill where you could see your breath, though the roads hadn't iced over yet. I left Emma's place around 10:30 p.m., eager to get back to Seattle before it got too late. The drive from the cabin to the highway winds through forest roads, tall firs lining both sides with little else around. The moon barely showed itself, and the sky was clear except for a weird thin layer of fog hanging low over the trees. An old playlist from a classic rock station played on the radio, its signal coming and going. About 20 minutes into the drive, something strange happened. The music started pausing, then returning louder, with bursts of static and jarring volume spikes. Eventually, the radio went completely dead, nothing but static across every channel. That's when I noticed it. A single light hovering above the tree line to my right. Bright, but soft, like a glowing orb about the size of a car's headlight. It wasn't moving like any normal aircraft, so slow it was almost stationary. I kept watching, expecting it to cross the sky. But after 5 minutes, it had barely shifted. I blinked, looked away, and when I looked back, it was still there, drifting just inches in the sky. Unnerved, I took a side road I recognized from an earlier map, hoping it would help me escape the strange situation. Hours later, I checked into a small motel on the town's outskirts. Exhausted and shaken, I tried to convince myself I was just tired and stressed. Just after midnight, the room phone rang. I answered an unrecognized number. A calm, cold voice spoke. "You were right not to stop. Not everyone is." Then silence. I stared at the receiver for a long time before hanging up. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Next morning, my GPS worked fine again. I left the motel heading home, my mind racing with questions about the figure on the road, the mysterious loop, and the cryptic phone call. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I'm glad I didn't stop. The road stretched out empty, miles of darkness surrounding me. A strange light hovered in the sky, moving slowly without making a sound. I tried reasoning with myself. Maybe it was a helicopter, drone, or weather balloon, but something felt off. The silence was too complete, and its speed didn't match any machine I knew. My phone had no signal, so I couldn't check maps or call anyone. My eyes stayed locked on the light, which seemed to pulse irregularly, brightening and dimming in an unpredictable rhythm. I felt compelled to watch, unable to look away. After about 15 minutes, I pulled into Maple's Fuel, a small gas station with flickering neon lights and a few pumps. An old-fashioned convenience store stood nearby. I needed coffee and a bathroom break, hoping to clear my head. Stepping out of the car, cold air hit me. The light was still visible above the trees in the parking lot, just hanging there. While filling my tank, a man in a plain black suit approached the pump next to mine. He looked to be in his late 40s, clean-shaven, with an unshakable, calm demeanor. "Some lights are meant to be ignored," he said quietly. Caught off guard, I asked, "What?" He shrugged and leaned on the pump. "You saw it too, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to speak. He gave a half smile and walked into the store, the door closing with an oddly mechanical clang. Inside, I bought coffee and tried to make sense of the encounter. When I looked out the window, the light had vanished. The sky was dark and empty. I asked the cashier if anything strange had happened recently. She just shrugged, saying people come and go all the time. Back in the car, I checked the sky again. It was time to finish the drive home. During my research in northern Minnesota that late September morning, something felt different. The forest was unnaturally quiet, with only the faint hum of cicadas and dry leaves rustling. I'd been walking the perimeter since dawn, tracking activity in this area, when an unusual sight caught my attention. In the clearing, a series of perfectly round scorch marks were arranged in a rough circle about 15 feet in diameter. Each mark was approximately 2 feet across, deeply embedded in the earth with blackened and cracked soil. What struck me as odd was how the surrounding area remained completely untouched. No burned leaves, no snapped branches, just these clean, symmetrical marks, as if a giant hot cookie cutter had pressed into the ground. I carefully circled the area, searching for any explanation. No footprints, no tire tracks, no signs of human activity or campfires, just these mysterious scorched patterns. Methodically, I documented everything, taking photographs, making detailed sketches, and collecting soil samples. I flagged the location on my GPS and radioed back to the research station with a brief description. My team suggested possibilities like a lightning strike or animal territorial marking, but the precise shape and symmetry didn't align with those explanations. Something about the forest that day felt unsettling. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, and the silence seemed to hold an unspoken secret. Later, driving home, I kept glancing at the sky through my windshield, half expecting something to reappear. When I finally arrived home, a strange weight settled in my chest. I never shared this experience with anyone, not even Emma. The encounter felt too bizarre to explain. Sometimes I still think about those light marks and the inexplicable. Seen in the forest, the words of a mysterious man echo in my mind. Some lights are meant to be ignored. Since that day, I've never looked at the sky quite the same way. I kept looking over my shoulder, but nothing was there. Days passed, and then unexpectedly, just after lunch, a knock interrupted the silence of my research cabin. An old, simple space with wooden walls and a compact kitchen. It was my workspace in the middle of the woods. When I opened the door, a tall man in a plain black suit stood before me, completely out of place in this wilderness. No identification, no badge, just dark, steady eyes and a flat, calm voice. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he said, without any introduction or small talk. I was confused. He seemed to know details about my work before I shared them. Showing him the scorch mark photos, I watched as he examined them with an unsettling precision. His questions about my research, the animals I tracked, and the data I collected were weirdly specific. His gaze never wavered, analyzing every subtle reaction. Somehow he already knew the location of the clearing without asking for directions. When I offered to guide him, he politely declined, mentioning he had his own methods. He stayed for nearly an hour, then left as abruptly as he arrived. I watched him walk away through the trees, his steps eerily silent against the soft forest floor. After his departure, I meticulously checked my equipment and locks. Nothing was missing, but an uneasy feeling persisted. In the following days, the scorch marks haunted my thoughts. The clearing's silence, the man's unnerving calm, his seemingly impossible knowledge, all of it lingered in my mind. I returned to the site repeatedly, searching for changes or new marks, but everything remained unchanged. Some nights when the wind rustles just right, I hear a low, unfamiliar hoo. Not like any animal or machine, but a faint vibration beneath the forest's skin. The man never returned. No calls, no messages, Just that single strange visit and the persistent sense that something out there was watching, though not particularly interested in me. The fog was thick that morning, hanging low over the Green River Trail near my place in Tequila. It was just past 5 a.m., my usual time for an early walk when the river is calm and quiet. Only birds were stirring, their sounds muffled by the soft, blurry landscape. As I walked with my hands in my jacket pockets, something caught my eye. A strange glow hovered just above the water's surface. No boat, no fishing lights, just a pale blue-green light floating on the mist. I stopped and stared, blinking to confirm I wasn't imagining things. No sound accompanied the light, no buzzing, no humming, just a steady, ethereal glow barely disturbing the river's surface. Something felt wrong about it, so I didn't get closer. I kept walking, glancing back until the fog swallowed the light completely. Around 6 a.m. I arrived home. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the front door slightly ajar. The neighborhood was silent except for distant traffic. Cautiously, I texted my brother Mark, a cop. "Door's open. Don't come over, but I might need you to check this out." I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. Couch cushions were undisturbed, no drawers open, no signs of disturbance. Yet something felt off. A lingering sense that something had been here. I woke up to an empty house. Everything seemed normal at first, except for the clocks. Every single timepiece. The wall clock in the kitchen, the alarm clock by my bed, even the microwave, read exactly 3:33. This was strange, not because of the numbers themselves, but because clocks are never perfectly synchronized. I thought maybe a power outage had occurred overnight, but nothing suggested that. The lights weren't flickering, and my phone showed a full charge with no warnings. I called Mark and told him about the odd situation, though I didn't make it sound urgent. He said he'd stop by later that afternoon. The rest of the day, I felt unsettled. I found myself moving around the house more than usual, double-checking locks and changing the front door keypad code. The silence felt different, heavier, as if the air had grown thicker. That evening, I took my usual walk in the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end near the playground, a man sat on a bench, wearing a black suit more appropriate for a funeral or business meeting. He was reading a newspaper, which caught my attention because it was completely blank. No text, no photos, just white pages folded neatly. As I approached, he glanced up. His eyes were dark and unreadable. I said, "Evening," trying to sound casual. He didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine, and the air around him seemed noticeably colder. I nodded politely and continued walking. Back home, I locked every door twice and checked the windows again. The next few days passed without incident. No strange lights on the river, no unlocked doors, no mysterious figures on benches, but something had changed. I catch myself staring at clocks longer than before. Sometimes, while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I feel like someone's watching me from just outside the window, though I see no one. The events from that morning, the unlocked door, the strange lights on the river, they all feel connected somehow. I haven't shared this with anyone, and I'm not sure I want to. We were out camping, just a typical trip, were you? It's some beers and hiking during the day. The night was cold, but crystal clear. We'd set up camp in a clearing and built a fire. Around midnight, we decided to kick back and stargaze. That's when we saw the light. At first, it looked like a faint glow above the trees, similar to moonlight casting shadows. But this was different. What struck us was the complete silence. No helicopter sounds, no motor noise, nothing. It just glided through the air, scanning the forest as if searching for something. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. We watched for about 5 minutes. The light moved smoothly, occasionally catching on branches and creating strange shadows. Suddenly, it stopped. Hovering maybe 50 feet above the treetops, it shone straight down. Then, just like someone flipping a switch, it vanished. We sat there, frozen. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. The silence felt heavy, like something was pressing on us from the surrounding woods. We didn't talk much after that. The next day, we tried to make sense of it. We called the ranger station to see if it was some Park Service operation or drone test. They confirmed nothing was scheduled in the area. Weeks passed, and we avoided discussing the incident. Then, 3 months later, I received an email. The sender was simply listed as Control, with a blank subject line. I hesitated before opening it. The message was cryptic. No need to share what you never understood. Shortly after, Mike texted me. He'd received the exact same email from the same mysterious sender. We had no idea who was behind it. I kept it to myself, telling no one, not my family, not my coworkers. It felt like a message meant only for us. Sometimes I still think back to that night, to the quiet, the unexplained light, and the strange message that followed. The desert can play tricks on your mind, especially when you're alone. I'm Eric, and I work in software support, which means I spend most of my days staring at screens. That's why I needed this trip through the Mojave. Just me, my old Jeep, and an open road with no real destination. As night fell, I was driving near Baker, California, heading back toward the 15th. The sky had turned that deep blue unique to desert dusk, and while the air had cooled, the day's heat still lingered close to the ground. My headlights cut through the darkness on nearly empty roads. That's when I first noticed the black sedan. Nothing special about it, just another car, no logos, just a standard vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I caught a blurry glimpse of the driver's face. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, someone traveling the same route, but the car stayed right with me. I sped up, slowed down, tried to shake it off, and still, it matched my every move. My unease grew with each passing mile. When I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station, the sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine idling. I got out to fill my tank, watching the car carefully. The driver remained motionless, just watching. Something inexplicable kept me from simply driving away. After a few tense minutes, the passenger window rolled down with a quiet hiss that cut through the desert silence. A man in a black suit and dark shirt appeared. Mid-40, clean-shaven, with sharp, calm eyes that didn't smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said, his voice low and clear. And in that moment, I blinked. The beam, the way it moved without sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they scanning for? I don't know, and maybe that's the point. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon when it happened. The place is an old roadside joint with neon signs that buzz quietly and booths with cracked vinyl seats. I've been here a few years now, and my name's Dan. It was a slow night, the kind where only night owls and a few truckers pass through. Outside, a light drizzle was falling, making the windows fog up and blurring the neon glow. Around 11 p.m., two men walked in, both wearing black suits that looked like they'd just come from a funeral or some sketchy business meeting. One was tall with slicked back hair, the other shorter and older with thin glasses and a permanent frown. They sat by the window and ordered black coffee. I wasn't paying much attention at first, just wiping down tables and making coffee. But something about their conversation caught my ear. They weren't talking about small talk like weather or politics. Instead, they were discussing controlling the narrative and managing the fallout from a recent sighting that had been buzzing around town. Something about a strange light over the old radio tower. As I listened, their conversation grew more intense. I didn't catch everything, but it was clear they were serious about something. When they finally left, one of them approached me. "Drive carefully from now on," he said, with a look that sent chills down my spine. The window rolled up and the car disappeared into the dark, melting into the night like it was never there. I sat there, heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I hadn't seen anything unusual during my shift, or at least nothing I'd admit to seeing. I didn't follow them or try to chase. I just started my Jeep and drove home, constantly looking over my shoulder. I'm not sure if it was a warning or a threat, but since that night, I'd been more aware of the quiet things, shadows moving Jehovah, statue out of sight, distant humming in the desert night. I don't talk about it much. It's the kind of story people either don't believe or look at you differently for telling. But sometimes, late at night, I was deep in the woods of northern Vermont, about halfway through a solo camping trip. Not hunting for anything unusual, I just wanted some quiet time away from the city. A flat clearing near a creek, about 10 miles from the nearest town, seemed perfect. I found the spot on a map and wasn't using a designated campsite. Late afternoon, I set up my tent and had a fire going by sunset. The night was cold but uneventful. I woke a few times to typical forest sounds, crickets, owls, wind rustling through pine trees. Nothing felt out of place. The next day I hiked around, seeing no other people. When I returned to my campsite late afternoon, a faint smell caught my attention. Something felt different. Then, later at a diner, I overheard two men talking about a strange light on a hill. People had called it a UFO, but no concrete evidence existed. The news seemed eager to dismiss the incident. I was wiping tables, trying not to appear too interested. The tall guy glanced my way, and I froze mid-wipe. He leaned toward his companion and whispered, "Curiosity can be dangerous." Their cold, sharp eyes met mine, and I quickly nodded. Got it. Feigning disinterest, they finished their coffee and left silently, disappearing into the rainy street. Streetlights reflected off the wet pavement. After their departure, the diner's atmosphere changed. The usual background noise felt muted, as if the walls were holding their breath. An unsettling sensation lingered. Not scary, but like I'd inadvertently stumbled into something larger. The next morning, no news. Mentioned the light. The radio tower stood as an ordinary old structure on the hill. Yet, I couldn't stop thinking about those men and their cryptic warning. I've never shared this story, knowing most would dismiss it as another late-night diner tale. But sometimes, when rain blurs the neon lights just right, I swear I see shadows near that tower, watching, waiting. The smell hit me first, sharp and chemical, like burnt rubber. The road remained quiet, with no trucks or cars passing by all day. I brushed off the odd odor and settled in for the night, too tired to give it much thought. Suddenly, around 4 a.m., rustling leaves just outside my tent jolted me awake. This wasn't typical animal movement. Something heavier was moving slowly and carefully through the brush. My heart raced as I froze, straining to listen in the darkness. Then, the kind of silence that feels unnatural and deep. When dawn arrived, I unzipped the tent and saw a small note pinned to the flap. A simple notebook paper scrap held in place by a twig, bore messy block letters reading, "Go home." Scanning the area revealed nothing unusual at first, but just past the clearing's edge, a black sedan idled near the tree line. The car's engine hummed softly, yet no one occupied it. Windows rolled up, interior empty. I called out, but my voice felt strange in the open space. An unsettling movie-like moment froze me in place. Part of me wanted to run. Another part remained rooted to the ground. Cautiously, I approached the vehicle. Within 15 feet, the engine cut off abruptly. No warning, no noise. Thick silence descended again. I examined the surrounding area, searching for any evidence of how the car arrived. No tire marks, no footprints, no crushed grass. Nothing explained its presence. Attempting to call for help, I discovered my phone had no signal. As IT. Read again. Something else caught my attention. The woods beyond the car looked subtly different. A weird haze, like a thin fog, hung motionless around that specific section of trees. Not moving, not changing, just existing in an inexplicable way. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday evening just past sunset. The canyon roads were narrow and winding, flanked by steep sandstone cliffs. At this time of year, there's barely anyone else out there, just me and the road. The sky still held on to some light, but shadows started stretching long and dark, and the temperature dropped quickly. Around 7:30, I noticed a car parked just past a sharp bend. An old black sedan with no plates. Not something you see every day in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, expecting maybe a roadblock or construction, but there were no signs, no cones, nothing official. That's when two guys stepped out. Both wore black suits and dark sunglasses, even though the sun was dipping low. One was tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter, late 30s. They walked right up to my window like they'd been waiting. The tall one didn't smile, just said, "I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, taking the scenic route to clear my head. Never been a fan of the freeway if I can help it." Later, I told a few friends, but they brushed it off. Probably some prank or wildlife or just nerves. I don't know. I've been back to that area a couple times since, but never near that clearing. I haven't seen the black car again or that note, but every time I think about it, that quiet engine running with no one inside and the note on my tent, it just doesn't make sense. The canyon stretched out before me, empty and quiet. As I approached the road, two men blocked my path, their black sedan without windows or plates. "Roads closed for maintenance," the shorter one said flatly. "No exceptions." I eyed to reason with them. "I need to get home," I explained. But they were adamant. The tall guy repeated, "It's not safe. You have to turn around." Looking up the road, I saw nothing unusual. No workers, no barriers, just silent rocks against the fading sky. Reluctantly, I started to back up, watching them in my rearview mirror. When I glanced back, they were already in their car. I shifted gears, and moments later, checked again. The car had vanished completely. No engine sound, no lights, no trace they'd ever been there. Confused, the road was clear, with no signs of any maintenance or blockade. I pulled over, stepped out, and walked around. The canyon was still, with only dry brush rustling in the wind. My phone showed no signal. I searched for tracks or any explanation for the strange encounter, but found nothing. Unsettled, I got back in my car and started driving. The sky darkened to deep blue, stars beginning to appear. About 10 minutes into the drive, something caught my eye. A strange light hovering just above the canyon rim. It wasn't like a plane or helicopter, but a soft, steady glow that seemed to follow me. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but the light remained. Try as I might to focus on the road, it stayed at the edge of my vision, an unexplained presence in the growing darkness. The night was cool and crisp, one of those early autumn evenings when the sky feels clear and sharp. I was sitting on the dock behind my place, phone in hand, trying to capture the stars as they began to emerge. While scrolling through my photos, something caught my eye. Toward the middle of the lake, just above the water, a dark silhouette hung suspended. It wasn't moving like any bird or aircraft I'd ever seen. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid, sharp shape against the sky. At first I thought it might be a trick of light or an unusual cloud formation. I zoomed in with my camera. The object was smooth and oval, a matte black that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. For several minutes it remained motionless. Then, slowly and deliberately, it began to drift sideways by just a few feet. Suddenly, without warning or noise, it shot straight up and vanished into the night. Unnerved but mostly curious, I wasn't sure what I'd witnessed. Days later, I found myself at the small diner near the canyon entrance. Only the night cook, an older guy named Sam, was there. I shared my story, half expecting him to laugh. Sam just nodded slowly. "You're not the first to see strange things out here," he said. When I pressed for details, he shrugged and mentioned lights, mysterious figures, and roads that seemed to disappear without a trace. I left feeling unsettled. On the drive home, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan or the two men again, but the road remained empty. Later, I scanned the news and county road updates. Nothing unusual, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the experience. I mentioned it to friends who joked about government agents or aliens. A couple of days later, I found a small, blank piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard, where it remains untouched. After the lake returned to its usual quiet state, with just the occasional fish jumping, something strange began happening. One morning, I discovered a black car parked at the end of my driveway. It was an older model from the early 2000s, clean and without a single dent, but conspicuously missing a license plate. At first, I thought it might belong to a neighbor's visitor. However, something felt off. There were no tire tracks or footprints on the gravel, which looked completely undisturbed. I checked the car's windows, but it was empty. No driver, no keys in the ignition. I assumed someone had parked it overnight and would return, so I left it alone. But the next morning, the car was in the exact same spot. No tracks, no signs of movement. This continued for days. I started leaving notes on the windshield, asking the owner to move the vehicle, but the notes remained untouched and the car never shifted. A few evenings later, while sitting on my porch after dinner, I heard footsteps on the gravel. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing near my driveway's end. His face was mostly shadowed by the streetlight, and he stood silently watching me. Nervously, I approached him. "Can I help you?" I asked. After a pause, he spoke in a low voice. "The water remembers." Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. Again, he said, "The water remembers." Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Over the following week, the car continued appearing each morning, but the man never returned. My phone would show static when I tried photographing the lake. Late at night, I'd hear a faint humming from the water that would stop when I went outside. One night around 3 a.m., I saw soft blue lights flickering over the lake, pulsing slowly. I don't know why I decided to go out to the old airfield that night. It wasn't anything planned, just a spur-of-the-moment decision to visit this abandoned place near Milltown, a small western Kansas town. The airfield had been shut down for years, with nothing but cracked runways and empty hangars stretching out under the night sky. I arrived around 10 p.m. on a Friday. The night was clear, with that cold and dry air typical of early spring. Light winds moved across the landscape. I'd brought my old college camcorder from before phones took over photography and set it up on a tripod at the runway's edge, hoping to capture something interesting in the sky. Meteors, satellites, airplanes, anything might show up. About an hour into filming, something unusual caught my attention. Halfway up in the sky, strange lights appeared. No red or green blinking, no engine sounds, Just round lights drifting in seemingly random patterns. Sometimes they flickered, sometimes vanishing completely before reappearing elsewhere. More curious than scared, I zoomed in with the camcorder, trying to get a better view. The lights seemed almost responsive, changing positions as if watching me back. Then I noticed the temperature dropping, the air feeling different despite no change in wind. That's when movement caught my eye. A figure behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road. Later, I tried using my phone to capture something, but the screen went black and the camera appeared frozen. When I looked up, the lights had disappeared. I haven't seen the mysterious man since that night, and the car stopped showing up too. But sometimes, near water, I get an unsettling feeling of being watched. Something just below the surface. The words, "the water remembers," keep echoing in my mind. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I mean, I like a good mystery as much as the next guy, but I don't go looking for trouble. That night changed something, though. It wasn't a bright flash or a loud boom, just quiet, strange things that didn't add up. I lived just outside a small town in Ohio near one of those old power plants they used to have. I was out at the airfield that night, camcorder in hand, filming some unusual lights moving across the sky. The scene was eerily quiet. Suddenly a man appeared, looking out of place in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. No tie, just a black jacket and slacks, standing perfectly still in the shadows. I turned off the camcorder screen and squinted, trying to get a better look. But the man didn't respond or move. A weird chill ran down my spine, though I kept my voice calm. "Are you lost?" I asked. Without a word, the man stepped through the fence. He didn't make any noise climbing over or walking. He just appeared closer, still silent, still expressionless. I held up my camcorder but didn't start recording again. Something about him made me hesitate. He stopped about 6 feet away and reached into his jacket pocket. Slowly, he pulled out a single piece of paper and handed it to me. I looked down at it, completely blank, no writing, no symbols, nothing. I blinked and looked up, about to ask what this was supposed to mean. But when I looked back, the man was gone. No footprints, no sound, no sign he'd been there at all. I turned back to the sky, but the lights were gone too. The whole sky was empty, like they'd never been there. I stayed out for a while longer, trying to shake off the feeling that I'd just been part of something I didn't understand. When I got back to my car, I looked at the paper again, still blank. I kept it in my jacket pocket, but it never changed. Back at home, I checked the footage. The camcorder had recorded the strange lights moving and the sudden silence when the man appeared. But there was no sign of the paper or the moment he gave it to me. It was like the camera missed that part completely. I told a couple of friends, but they just laughed it off as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I don't know what I saw or who that man was. I don't think I'll ever go back to that airfield, but some. At times when I'm outside at night, I swear I see lights moving just out of the corner of my eye, watching. I'd been out shooting landscapes and night skies around the nuclear plant for years. It was a hobby, nothing special. The big cooling towers with their steam clouds often looked eerie in the dark, and I enjoyed capturing that atmosphere. This particular Wednesday was colder than usual for spring. I had the night off work and drove to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the edge of the woods. With a clear sky overhead, I set up my camera and tripod, hoping to get some decent long-exposure shots of the stars and maybe catch the steam glowing under moonlight. For a while, everything was routine, glowing under moonlight. For a while, everything was routine. The distant hum of machinery and occasional far-off train sounds were the only background noise. Then, around 11 p.m., something changed. Near the horizon behind the plant, I noticed a movement. At first, it was just a faint glow, but then it began to shift slowly, almost floating. I pointed my camera and zoomed in, starting to take pictures. The light moved erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green. No sound accompanied it. I tried to focus, but the light kept flickering in and out. I took several shots in bursts and even switched to video, hoping the camera might capture something my eyes couldn't. A weird prickling sensation crept up my neck, like something was watching me. I brushed it off as the night air. After about 10 minutes, the light vanished completely. No crash, no engine sound, just gone. The next day, I loaded the photos onto my computer and discovered something unsettling. Every single image of the light was corrupted. Blank, black files. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. It was as if the photos had never existed. This bothered me more than the light itself. That night, sitting in M.U. living room and staring at my camera bag, I was still puzzling over the incident when a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. Opening the door cautiously, I found two men standing there. I was asleep when the knock came. Just past midnight, a soft but urgent tapping on my front door. I'd been out late, tired, and didn't expect anyone. When I opened the door, two men stood there, both in black suits, dark glasses even though it was night, with those expressionless faces you see in movies. They didn't introduce themselves or say hello. One held out a business card, but when I looked closer, it was blank. They said they needed to check my yard. Routine inspection, one said. Voice calm but firm about safety concerns. I rubbed my eyes, half sure I was dreaming. My yard? What for? I didn't want to be rude, but something felt off. They looked like government types, but no badges, no IDs. Still, something about the way they spoke made me think arguing wasn't a good idea. I stepped outside, locking the door behind me. The air was cold, heavy with fog rolling in from the nearby river, streetlights dim and flickering. The whole neighborhood was quiet. No cars, no sounds other than distant dogs barking. One started walking toward the backyard, eyes scanning. The other stayed by the door, watching me. I tried to peek over the fence to see what they were looking at, but all I saw was the garden, my old shed, and a few bushes. The other spoke quietly, almost like they didn't want anyone else to hear. Some lights aren't meant to be captured. I didn't know what to say. My heart was racing. They didn't seem threatening, but there was this coldness about them, like they were serious about that warning. Without waiting for a response, they turned and walked away, disappearing down the street before I could even blink. I locked the door, checked all the windows, and sat down again, hands shaking. The card was still in my hand, blank, except for a faint smudge where the printing should have been. I never saw those men again. The photos of the lights stayed missing, and since then, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched whenever I go near that power plant at night. The hum of the machinery sounds different, like it's trying to hide something. I don't know what that light was or who those men were. I don't even know if anyone else has seen anything like it, but I'm done taking pictures out there. Some things, I guess, really are better left unseen. I was walking home late one night, the street quiet and slightly foggy, with that unsettling feeling you get when something's just not right. Near the end of the block, a black car caught my eye. Not because of the car itself, but because of the two men inside, wearing black suits and old-fashioned top hats. I thought it might be a costume or some weird joke at first, but when I looked closer, I realized their faces were completely blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin. Minutes later, one of them called me over to the yard. "Please stay inside," he said firmly but politely. I asked why, but he just repeated standard procedure. I didn't argue. Back inside, I locked the door and watched from the window. The fog had grown thicker, blurring everything like a haze. They started pulling out heavy black bags from their coat pockets, the kind forensic teams might use. One of them carefully approached something near the shed and began wrapping it up. It looked small, and they worked silently and methodically. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal. The tension felt endless. As quietly as they'd arrived, the men walked back to the front door. One nodded at me, almost like a warning before they left. Strangely, no car was visible when they arrived or departed. I stepped outside into the cold air. The yard looked normal, with just a faint scuff mark near the shed. No footprints, no signs of what they'd taken. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to make sense of it all. That night, I didn't sleep. The fog stayed thick until dawn. The next day, I checked the yard thoroughly. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed strange, except that persistent scuff mark. I don't know what they were searching for or why they took it, but I can't shake the feeling that something else was out there. Watching and waiting, those two men, I've never seen them again. I quickened my pace, a chill running down my spine. Their faces were blank, completely wiped away, as if an invisible hand had simply erased all features. Something about those men and that car felt deeply wrong. My curiosity battled with my growing unease. Against my better judgment, I turned to look back. The street was now empty. No trace remained. No car, no lights, no sound of an engine. Not even tire marks on the pavement. Just silent fog hanging over the deserted street. Years have passed and I've never encountered anything like that moment again. To this day, I can't explain who those men were or what they were doing. The memory remains a mystery, sharp and unexplained, lingering at the edge of my understanding. I apologize, but it seems like the original text you wanted me to rewrite is incomplete or cut off. Could you please provide the full text that you would like me to rewrite? I'll be happy to help you restructure it once I have the complete passage.